Lavinia Nixon. Welcome to Melbourne and welcome to World Ballet Day. I'm here with senior artist Jared Madden. Hello.
Hey, how are you?
I'm so excited because together we're going to give everybody a sneak peek behind the scenes. It'll be a magical day here at the Australian Ballet.
Not just here, Lavinia. We're going across to the Royal in London and over 60 other companies across 6 continents. It's going to be a massive day. We're so excited to have you here celebrate with us.
Oh, I'm absolutely honoured. And World Ballet Day is always so special, but this year there's even more to celebrate.
Yes, it's the big one for the Australian Ballet. It's our 60th anniversary. It's the Diamond Celebration, and it's so exciting because today, 60 years ago on the day, was our first performance ever. We performed Swan Lake, and it was a beautiful piece to start our career off, and there it is, up on the wall. So proud.
And over the course of the next few hours, we'll be hearing from the luminaries, the people who shaped the Australian Ballet into the vibrant and exciting company that it is today.
Yeah, and please, all of you out there, you're going to join us for the next 24 hours as we take you behind the scenes and see some amazing things from premier companies around the world. It's all happening all today. It's so exciting.
Tell us exactly the agenda. I'm going to pin you down, Jared.
All right, let me just check my cards. We have a jam-packed program because you're with us, the Australian Ballet, for 4 hours. So we're going to try and cram as much as we can in. We're going to show some of our amazing Romeo and Juliet season. There's a great Dance X program that we just wrapped up, a really good piece from ADT. You have to check that out. We're going to see our amazing physiotherapy team that's just down the hall here and see how they rehab not just the dancers, but some amazing Australian sports athletes as well. So it's a huge day. But first things first, ballet dancers every day do a ballet class, and I want you to sit in and join us.
I would love to.
It's behind the scenes. No one sees it a lot, so please join us. David Hallberg, our artistic director, is taking it now.
Hello, everyone around the world. Welcome to World Ballet Day and the Australian Ballet. Dancers behind me, ready to warm up for the day. But first, I would respectfully like to acknowledge that today we meet on the unceded lands of the Wurundjeri Woi-wurrung and the Boonwurrung people of the Eastern Kulin Nation. At the Australian Ballet, we pay our deep respects to elders past, present, and emerging, and to those First Nations people here with us today and watching. Thank you very much. And here we go with class. All right, facing the bar. Let's go. Plie, tendu.
This dance class runs for 1 hour and 15 minutes, and it's the start of the day for all the dancers of the Australian Ballet.
Transfer. Roll through. 6, 7, 8. Plie. 2 toes. Plie. 2 toes. Plie. Transfer. Roll through. 6, 7, 8. Slow port de bras. Double time. Right, left, cambre back. Cambre back, roll through, yeah? Plie, tendu, use the toes, pass through, use the toes, transfer, roll through. All right? Good. Thank you, Emma Lippa on the piano. Transfer. Roll through. Port de bras. Open the ribs. Even more, yeah. Like here. Open that up. Yeah, good. Top of the back. Roll through. Reverse. Good. Great. Pliés. 4 positions, 4 counts, left side, your choice. And 4 positions.
This is such a privilege to be able to look behind the scenes. And David Hallberg, with all his global experience, he brings so much of that expertise to the Australian Ballet, doesn't he?
He does. It's really exciting for the Australian Ballet. Like having an amazing artistic director like David is just, godsend. He has brought such exciting passion with him, because he's, as you said, he's been around the world. He's performed at all the amazing companies globally. So he has a lot of connections and a lot of pull. So what's lovely is that he brings a fire. He's reignited a fire for us, which is really exciting. The next chapter, you could say. Yeah, so he is a really good part of the company now, and we're really excited to have him.
And a reminder for people who are watching our live stream, if you have any questions for Jared, or you would like him to answer anything about dancing of the Australian Ballet, the lifestyle that these dancers lead, you can drop a comment in the box and we will get to as many as we possibly can.
We'll try our best.
Sorry, Larissa, there's always one. Tendu from first. We go 1, 2, and 1. 1, 2, tendu. Off the bar. Yum, ba bum, yum. Fast roll through. 1, 2, yum, bum, yum. 1, 2, yum, bum, yum, bum, yum, bum, yum. That's it. Dee, rum, bum, bum. 1, 2, and 1, 2. 1, 2, 1 and 2. 1, transfer. Yep, up, B, rum, bum, bum. Fast roll through first time. Second time, finish on demi-point. 1, 2, and 3, open 4. And. Close. Open to close. Off the bar. Plie. Plie. Roll through. Finish on the open. Yep. Finish on the demi-point. Bryce forward. Just Bryce, a little more forward. Yes. Left side. And. Sharp with the tendu. Jasmine, a little more risk going off the bar. A little too tentative. Good. Front fifth in a 3. We go 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1. Back 2, side. 2 to the front. 1, big passe. Yap, up, up, beat at the rum, pum, pum, pum. Yap, up, beat at the rum, pum, pum, pum. Yap, up, bim, rum, pum, pum, pum. Yap, up, bum. 4 times. Yum. 1 tendu, petit maman to the side. 2 front, transfer. 1 passe. Nice and free, yeah? And. Nice and easy, yeah? Don't overwork it. Just get the 5th going.
Jared, is there a set plan for every class?
No, we wing it. No, I'm joking. No. There's definitely a structure to every ballet class. So you'll notice as you watch the class progress, it starts quite slow and then slowly builds up faster and faster. But also, you'll see the height of the leg increase as well. So the first exercise everyone does is a plie, which is just generally like bend and stretches. It gets the hips and the knees warm. And then after that, there's a few exercises like right now to work on the tendu, which is just the pointed foot. So this is working the money makers. This is where we make our money, down there, down the bottom. So it starts nice and slow and low, so you can get the intrinsics of the foot muscles all working and firing up. And then you'll notice it starts to do the rond de jambes, which is like the circular motions of the hip. So you kind of start to work up the body, and then you'll see, as I said, the height of the leg increase as well. So it's a really practical system that's been evolved over the last, I don't know, hundreds of years, how long ballet's been here. And it makes sense, and this is the way that we work every morning, every day, except Sundays. They're godsend.
Keep that activated. Tendu happens all from there. Yeah, it's turned on, not gripped, but turned on. Go and 1 and 1 and cloche through 3 tendu. That's it. 1 1 and cloche 3 tendu di rum yum ba ba bum 4 times da rum bum bum. Yeah, 2 tendu cloche back 3 tendu little coupe air back. speeding it up. And Mio, you're back a little. Yes. One more time. Good. Left side. Good. Good. We do a cloche. We go 1, 2, 3, 2 piqués. Same thing. 2 piqués. Fondu. 3 à la seconde. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1. Dari, dara, pa, pa, pira, daram, pa, pam, pa, pam, 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 param, pam, pam. Ya, pa, pa, pira, da, 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 da. Ya, pa, pa, pira, pa, pam. Ya, pa, pa, pira, da, dum. Ya, pa, pa, pam. Get off that leg. Other side. Yeah? Goes through the music. Cloche, 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 piqué, piqué, cloche, 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 piqué, piqué, cloche, fondu. 1, 2, 3. Nice and light. Yeah, bouncy. And good. Don't overwork it. Good. Balance and coupe. Transfer when you want. Good. Good, dancers. Left side. And
Australian Ballet starts every single day with class. Then you
Yes.
might be rehearsing for an upcoming show as well as performing that night. It's a very intensive workload.
keep this hip open.
Yes. Short
need a
answer,
coupe.
absolutely no. But this is our daily job. This is what we do day in and day out. So we've built up a stamina and endurance that's kept careers going for a very, very, very long time. Careers are extending daily, which is really exciting. So
Thank you, Emma.
So normally for us in the Australian Ballet, we'll have one
Jeté.
show at night time and then we'll
Two,
rehearse the next
jeté.
show during the
Three,
day, all
jeté.
day. So it's a
2
constant job.
jeté. 3 jeté. 3 jeté. 3 jeté. Cloche, 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 piqué. 1, 1, 1, 2, 3. 1, 1, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Maybe not that fast. And piqué, we go into a passé balance. You can either go here, or you can go from fifth to passé balance, yeah? 2, 3, 2, 3, 3, 3, cloche, 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 piqué. End. Little slower, yeah? Yum, bum, beam. Rum, bum. Yum, bum, beam. Fifth, fifth, fifth. Clean fifths, Bryce. Fifth, fifth. Even faster fifth, Harrison. Fifth, fifth. Two passé. Good, Benny. Good, good. Yeah, quick fifths dancers, yeah? It's not the accent of the out. It's even if it doesn't get to fully pointed feet. The emphasis is on the fifth position. And. Good. Good. Even longer fifth, Jacob. Fifth finish. Good. Great, that was really beautiful. Good. Rond de jambe, we go plie, plie, plie. Straighten. 4, rond de jambe. Release. Plie. All seconde. Carry it to the back. Jeté rond. Jeté rond. Plie. 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 Straighten. 1, 2, 3, 4. Coupe. Around. Keep it going back. Jeté rond. Jeté rond. Port de bras of your choice. All right? Big plie. Plie. Show me that back. And yeah, good.
Jared, I've got a question. Christoph Hewitt's watching on YouTube.
Nice and
He
slow
wants to know
around to the
what's
back,
it
just
like
45.
to get notes from David. And I would assume he's alluding to the fact that David is a legend of dance.
Ah, okay, yeah, no, good question. Well, to be honest, when he first joined, my answer would have been intimidated. He is such a presence. It's, like I said before, it's really exciting and amazing that he's now our artistic director. But he's very humble as well, so it's really nice. Like, he brings a really good energy into the studio. So, like, what I've noticed, his style is that he likes to create personal experience. So whatever you personally bring to the stage, he tries to nurture that, which is wonderful. Everyone's a unique dancer, so he likes to capitalize on that idea. So when you're in the studio with him, he really gives one-on-one feedback, not like a general washover, just do this. It's specific to the person and catered to lovely, and the rapport that he brings, such a human quality to the experience. It's really nice. Good question.
I've got another one for you.
All right,
Beth
shoot.
Cooper's watching on Facebook. How do you remember the combinations after only seeing them once?
Years and years of practice, or if you're bad, you learn which one picks it up really fast and then follow them. Jade Wood, where is she? She's always my go-to over there on the back wall.
Left side.
She's always clued on with exactly what's going on. So if ever I'm
Dancers,
struggling,
wake this up, yeah,
I follow
For
Jade.
Jade.
in the first
For
part.
Jade.
And good, Samara. Good, Isabel.
Jared, we've got Emma Lipper on the piano. She's had 30 years of playing with the Australian Ballet, but she's played for dancers for 60 years.
Yes, Emma is one of the most prized treasures we've ever had in our company. Before joining us, she was the Bolshoi principal pianist, and we're so lucky. She was there for 30 years, and now she's been here. She's retired a few years back, but she's just that good. We don't let her go. She hasn't completely retired. As you can see, she's still here playing, and she's just absolutely incredible. She brings such personality into every class. It's such fun to dance with her.
And she obviously speaks Russian, so it really, truly is a global enterprise here at the Australian Ballet.
Yeah, and what's actually kind of fun, having her experience from the Bolshoi, that she sometimes likes to interject and bring her 2 cents into the rehearsals as well. But it's all so relevant and so worthwhile. Like, she has such a wealth of knowledge in the entire industry. It's as I said, amazing to have her.
Misha, keep this more straight. Yes, there we go, better. Fondue, nice and easy. We go fondue to the front, fondue to the back. Fondue, double, double. That's it. One, di-rum, yum, ba-bum, yum, ba-bum, yum, ba-bum, yum, dating, rum, da-rum. Double, side, double, yeah? Nice and easy. Again, don't over muscle it. And one more time. Knee back here. Right here. There we go. Good. Good. Yeah, again, reminder dancers, knee back. Knee back. Same here. Left side. And connect the plie a little, Jasmine. One, 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 one. We repeats. Good. Good. Frappe. 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, double, 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 double. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, double, 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 double. 1, 2, 3. Ya ta 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 di. Rapa pa pa pim. Ram pam 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 pam. Yum. Only 3 times. Ya pa 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 pum. Ya pa 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 pum. Attitude balance. You can flex or stay pointed. Ya ta 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 tam. Yum. Bum. Yum. Bum. Yum. Bum. Yeah? Got it? 3 times. 3rd time on demi point. Balance. Transfer the leg in attitude. And don't be late, Katie. Yum, bum, easy. Don't overwork it. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Good. Dancers, release it. Don't muscle it. Release, release, release. That's the key to the speed. Yum. Yeah? And good, much better.
A reminder also that people can
Good.
ask any question that they would like. Just pop it in the comment section of however you're watching our live stream of World Ballet Day. And Jared, it seems like a very diverse group of dancers here. You've got people from all over the world, haven't you?
Yeah, the Australian Ballet is a very multicultural company. We like to take dancers on from around the world because they just bring so much different culture to the company, which is what we're all about here. But you'll also see not just people from other countries, but also this class in particular is ranged in ranking here. So you'll see sometimes we just have principal classes and core classes, but this class is a mixed bag.
Transfer.
You'll see
To passer.
my amazing wife, sorry,
Grand
point out Amy Harris up in the back corner.
Cecchetti,
Yep.
that's it.
The superstar,
Go
in my
one,
opinion. And then
two,
you guys see
knee,
other corps de ballet members
high
down
écarté,
in the front. So it's a really good
transfer,
opportunity for them just to kind
six,
of immerse the experience and learn
8,
from higher
transfer
ranked
again
members
to
and
big
build a
passé.
great community culture
Grand
here.
rond to demi point, soutenu. That's it. Again, dancers, it's the knee, yeah? Knee before the développé. And good. Écarté. Transfer devant. Big plié. Good, Montana. Left side. Take your time on the grand rond. Good, Isabel. Big plie here.
All right, Lavinia, carrying on from our previous conversation is the progression of class. You'll notice now that the legs are higher, so this is where the dancers start to extend their range and increase the height, and so then you bring in a lot more abs workout to kind of keep the legs high, so the exercises kind of increase the entire body and use everything to achieve such a finessed, clean line.
Grand maman to the side. Di-da-da-ram. 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 That's it. Yeah? Two devant, cloche, cloche, piqué, close, big to the side. And we finish here. Good. Left side and good. Good bar dancers, calf rises, thank you. And okay. Good. Yeah.
So, Jared, a lot of classwork, a lot of shows. How many per week would the Australian Ballet put on?
Ooh, generally when we're in season, the shows are probably average about 7 shows a week.
Wow.
Yeah, so, and sometimes there's like 2-3 weeks at a time, so a lot of shows, a lot of stamina. So with that, actually, what we're doing right now, the dancers are doing their calf rises, which helps medically. We've done research in the past and found that if dancers can do at least 25 single leg calf rises on each leg, it dramatically reduces the chance of lower leg injuries. We have an amazing physiotherapy team that have done this research over the years, and apparently, word on the street is that this is taken off globally. Other companies around the world now do calf rises down at the bar, and they call them the Aussies. Time to do some Aussies. This is news to me, which is really kind of cool, because like we would kind of set the next benchmark, I guess, in that respect. But yeah, so we need that. We need that calf endurance for all the shows we do. Because we do a lot. I think generally, roughly average about 180 a year.
Really?
Yeah, thereabouts.
And what are we looking at now? What's David setting up class for this morning?
Okay, so what you've just witnessed is the end of bar. So as I said before, you saw everything start very slow, then increase in height and got higher and higher and faster. So now we're taking that reliance on the bar off. You know, the dancers are going to stand on 2 feet on their own accord, so they'll be in the centre now, starting to kind of somewhat slow down again and go some tendus in the centre to find proprioception and balance. And then from there progress faster and faster and start doing some pirouettes and then some jumps and then some larger jumps and then it's the party. Then all the tricks come out at the end.
Men who aren't putting shoes on, let's do an adage. In a 6, please. We go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, écarté, 3, 4, plié, 5, 6. Promenade. We finish in plié. We do pas de bras to 4th, en dedans. We go sous 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah? Nice and easy, but crossed. And step out. And step out. Yeah? And 4. Plie 6. And 1, 2. Step out. Don't rush this. Good. Good. Men. Drew, Callum, Brody. You can keep your body it's a little pitched forward, even if it means sacrificing the height of the leg. Yes, Callum. There we go. Good. Yes, Brody. Great. Good. Second group. Dancers, wake up in the susu. Yeah. Boom. Not nice, creeping up nice and slow. And 1, 2, susu, and susu. 6, écarté. Knee back, big plié, and arabesque. Nice and easy. Good. And 1. Good, Val. Good. Good. Thank you for that, Emma. We do tendu. We do 4 back. Yeah, we go 1 and 2 and 3. Di da da dum. 2 tendu front. 2 tendu back. and cloche. Plie, pas de bourrée. Plie, fifth. You can go to fifth, or you can step back. 4. Big march. 2, 2. And cloche. Plie, pas de bourrée. Plie, fifth. Or step back. Single or double pirouette, yeah? 4 tendu, 2 tendu front, 2 tendu back. Cloche with the right leg. Plie, pas de bourrée. Just establishing the fifth position. And dancers, now it's about the out. So it's 1. And it's not yap-a-pa-pum, yet-a-ta-tum, yap-a-pa-pum, yap-a-pa-pum, yap-a-pa-pum. Finish it off, yeah? Second group. Come forward. Thank you, Jade. Good. There we go. Good. Good. Thank you, dancers. Let's go a little jeté. We go. Jeté, jeté, piqué, piqué, cloche, pas de bourrée. 2 jeté, 3 jeté, 1 jeté, men, tendu. Ladies, passé, pirouette. Yeah? So we go. Jeté, jeté, piqué, piqué, cloche. Pas de bourrée. 2 jeté. 3 jeté. Jeté. Di dum ba bum. Di rum ba bum ba bum. Men, this isn't about 17. It's about 3. Yeah? Ladies, it's not about 17. It's about 2 or 3. All right? And now it's in, and. Dancers, if it's not your side, if it left or right or whatever, think more not so turn, but just a releve. Yeah, just think, boom. If you get around twice, great. All right, second group.
Jared, I've got a question. Alex is watching our live stream on YouTube and asks, which ballet are you most excited for in the 2023 season?
Ooh, 2023 is going to be a big year. I'm sure David's going to have a bit of a sales pitch later on, so I don't want to ruin the surprises. But personally, I always love a good story ballet. So we have Swan Lake coming up next year and Don Quixote, so Donkey's always fun. That's always a great crowd pleaser. Yeah, I'm looking forward to donkey.
And you're performing in that?
I hope so.
Let's cross our fingers.
Yeah, I know.
Sitting here, you should be doing class, however.
It's a mess. Oh, I know, right? Oh, this is lazy day today. I love it. No, Donkey's a huge production. Every dancer will be on stage every night.
Plie, pas de bras, fifth. To the back, pas de bras. Again to the fourth. Attitude, plie, pas de bras. Front, little écarté. But 45, yeah? Double, plie, pas de bras. To the back, pass through, fourth, attitude, plie, pas de bras. Yum, ba-rim, yum, ba-bum, 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 yum, ba-bum. She'll wait for you. First group. Easy though, yeah, dancers. Only 45, just to get on the leg. And good. Good. Well executed. Dancers, in your plie, the attitude is established here. So it's 90 degrees even before you releve. So that's the coordination. Yes, Drew. Yeah? Yes. Then it's coordinated. So you just, there we go. Beautiful, Corey. Good. Yeah, so there's no issue of getting it to 90 degrees because it's already established before you releve. Second group. And that was really beautiful, Rena. It's okay. Good. Everyone has a side. That's all right. Let's do a pirouette. 6, 7, 6 or 7, 6, 7, 8. 1, yum. Tombe, pas de bourrée. Pirouette, plié. Tombe, pas de bourrée. Fifth, tendu. Attitude again. Plié, soutenu, chané, just to the right. Finish. We go 5, 6, 7, 8. Yup, up, up, bum. Yadadadum, bum, bum. Yadadadum, bum, bum. Pas de bourrée. Fifth, tendu. Plié, attitude, plie, soutenu, shunny, shunny, finish. Just to the right, not 17 times. 17 is my number, isn't it? We must go left and then we'll start jumping, yeah? 6, 7, 8. A clean 3. And. A little faster. Good, Corey. Good. We do 4 counts in. We do 4 counts in, dancers. 4 counts in. Fast chenets. 4 counts. Second to last group. Good, Larissa. Drew. Even more. You elevate too quickly to get into the attitude. Establish 90. There we go. We go left side. 4 counts in. Second to last group. Val, very well placed today. Yeah, really like. Last group. Let's jump. We go 3 changements, super saut. 3 changements, super saut. Échappé, changement, échappé, super saut, super saut. Fiona says super saut. It's super saut. 1, 2, 3, super saut. 1, 2, 3, super saut. Échappé, changement, échappé, super saut. Yeah? 3 super saut, 3 super saut. Échappé, changement. And just warming up the feet, yeah? Clean fifths, dancers. Good. We'll skip the other one. Chassé. We go chassé, dim.
Okay, so
da-da-da,
like before,
bum.
you've seen it
Bum,
progress,
bum,
Lavinia, and
bum,
here we are
chassé
now
front.
doing all the warm-up jumps.
Chassé.
We've progressed from the bar into the centre. We did a couple of pirouettes,
front,
and now
yeah.
we are really starting to get the blood flowing. Now we're doing our petit allegro. It's a typical just on-the-spot couple of jumps, get the feet firing really fast, that fast switch kind of energy that we
Just
need.
get moving.
And now David loves doing, this is one of David's favourite exercises. It's to encourage the dancer to actually move and feel the space, and to just, encourage movement as well as technique. So it's, this is where it all starts to happen. You'll see a lot more jumps. The jumps are starting quite low, as you can see. And then we go from petit allegro, which means small, to medium, and then to grand, so this is where all the big explosive, exciting bits start to happen.
And of course, it looks effortless, but it's not.
Well, that's the job. I mean, the whole point is we have to look like nothing's happening to us. We can't be like the footballers who can huff and puff after kicking a goal. We have to give the air of effortlessness on stage.
Internalize it all.
Oh yeah, you're screaming on the inside.
Assemblée. We go. Assemblée, assemblée, glissade, assemblée, assemblée, glissade, assemblée, super saut. The glissade always goes to the same side. So we go. Assemblée, assemblée, glissade, assemblée, assemblée, glissade, assemblée, super saut. 2 assemblées, glissade, assemblée. 1 assemblée, glissade, assemblée, super saut. Tiraram, pararam, 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 tararam. Yeah? It always glissades that way and then that way. And. Good. Battu when you want. Good. Stay on the music, Lucien. Good. Good. Good, Joe. Battu if you want. Yes, let's add battu. Last group. Good. Good, good. All right. We go simple jeté because we'll do something a little battu after. So we go glissade, jeté, chassé front, super saut, coupé, chassé front. That's it. Glissade, jeté, chassé front, super saut, coupé, tiram. Nice and easy, yeah? Glissade, jeté, chassé front. Super saut, coupé, chassé front. Yep. Yep, light. And
Jared, a little question for you. This has come through from Jackie on Facebook, and a reminder that anybody can send through the questions. Just pop them in the comments section of however you're streaming this World Ballet Day. Jared, the question is, what is something completely unexpected about being a dancer?
Good question. Okay, well, for a ballet dancer in general, I think you have to be very malleable in your daily approach to work. So currently we are doing a lot of ballet, obviously ballet class, that's our job, but a lot of the times we'll be doing seasons which are not particularly classically trained ballet. It'll be a contemporary season or a collaboration with someone that is completely different. So for instance, Wayne McGregor might come in from the Royal, he's the Royal resident choreographer there, and so he does some really crazy, he takes ballet and just completely shakes it up, you know, puts it in a jar and rattles it around. So as dancers, we need to be very open to being able to explore movements that are maybe not originally natural to us. We train in this way every single day, but every day a new choreographer comes in with a new idea, so you have to be kind of very open to that kind of experience. That's something you have to be, yeah, that's a good question.
Step, step, jeté, chassé front. Yeah? Jeté battu, and then brisé, volé, battu. So we go, jeté battu, temps levé, jeté battu, temps levé, brisé, volé, temps levé, brisé, volé, temps levé. Glissade, jeté, glissade, brisé, step, step, jeté, tidara, bum, bum. And dancers, this is the illusion. Even before you jump, very balancing, and then even before you jump. So we get forward. Do we have it? Just this side. And. Good. Beat quickly. Last group. Good, Montana. Good. Nice. Good, dancers. Just the coordination from here. So we go jeté battu. We go glissade, jeté. We go forward. Yeah, keep that coordination going. Yes, Elijah, good. We go 600. 600, 600. Ouvert, assemblé. Attitude, assemblé. 6, 6. 600, 600. Ouvert, assemblé. Attitude, assemblé. Entrechasse 6, entrechasse 6. Iram, pam, pi. Ya pa pa pam. Ya pa pa pi ra ta ti ra ta tam. And good, Shani. we travel, have a little, I don't know, a little fun. 6, 7, 8, glissade, cabriole. We either do a soubresaut or we do a double, yeah? 6, 7, 8. Cabriole. Chassé around. Jeté. Assemblé. Arabesque croisée. Entrelacé to fourth, men, tombé pas de bourrée, double tour to the knee. Ladies, tombé, back around, and you can do a glissade, or you can finish on the 8 and not do a glissade. Yam bam ba di da da rum, or rum. How about that? Big, beautiful arms. 6, renversé 7, 8. Not on the 1. 6, 7, 8. Yum, bum, rum, bum, yum, ba-dum, dee-da-da. Big arabesque here. Yum, bum, yum, bum, yum, ba-dum, dee-da-rum, bum, bum. Maybe, maybe not. Whatever you want. We have the luxury of this studio. Let's use it. You know what I mean? Yeah. And... dancers, coordinate after the renversé. It'll set you up better. So from here, don't go around too soon. Go 1, 1, 1. It's kind of like a semicircle. Yeah, so then you'll, yes, Samara, good. Okay, where we left off. And. Yes, much better. Good, Amy. Travel forward. Use the space. Sorry, ladies. Good, Grace. Only once to the left. Good coordination, Val. Last group of ladies. Don't be late, men. Don't be late. Last group of men. Good. Good, Elijah. Nice finish. Ladies, quick fuete. Yeah? Yum, badim, badam. 16. Single, dum, dadim. Yum, badam, babum. Yum, babum. Finish, yum. Yeah? 16 quick. Men, same thing. 16 quick. Single only. Little. Good, ladies. Finish. Good. Ladies, it's a different accent, yeah? It's not meant to hang. And. Sorry, Amy. Quicker, Katie. Stay on the music. Yes. Good, Amy. Good. Good. Men, a little faster, Emma, for them. Men, sorry. Men, single, finish 2 or 3 in 4th, clean, pure, beautiful. Yeah? Not a circus. And. Is there a second group? Yes. One last group. Nice and clean. And. Yes. Beautiful class dancers. Thank you so much. Thank you, Emma.
Спасибо. Обожаю тебя.
If watching today's class has inspired you, then the Australian Ballet website has classes for people of all ages and all standards. Don't worry, we've got you covered. Also online, you will find information about community engagement activities. David, that was amazing watching you take class. As artistic director, you've got so many things on your plate. Do you normally take class as well?
I have stopped taking class personally. I just see, the role as artistic director is to give and nurture and develop the talent of the company. So my hand is not literally on the bar anymore, but just giving food and insight to the dancers.
Well, you do that beautifully.
Thank you.
Tell me, what is the best part of your magical job?
It is a magical job. Sometimes it doesn't feel so magical, but it is certainly. The best part, honestly, is when I see dancers developing and growing and fulfilling what they want through what I give them or what we give them. And when you see things in class, when you see a great class, when you see something on stage and you see them develop as technicians, as artists, as interpreters, I've had moments where, the tears are streaming and, at that point you just got to let it flow.
I think as an audience member, we've all had those moments as well, and it's so beautiful to share in that emotion with you all. It's been an incredible season. You've got an amazing season next year. Let's have a quick look at the Australian Ballet season for 2023. What are you most looking forward to next year?
I have to say next year is really about, for me, bringing some beautiful classics back to the repertoire. There's Swan Lake, there's Don Quixote, all with new set and costume design. And we're bringing Balanchine's Jewels into the repertoire for the first time. So the dancers are really excited. It's really great when you are able to announce something to the dancers and it erupts into applause like it did with George Balanchine's Jewels. It's such an unbelievable ballet. And we're bringing that, Swan Lake. So it's a year full of classical repertoire. We've done some amazing contemporary work in 2022, but 23 I'm looking forward to the pas de deux, the tutus, and the beautiful timeless works like Swan Lake and Don Q.
Sounds like an amazing season ahead. And we have so much still in store today on World Ballet Day. We're going to go behind the scenes of rehearsals for Romeo and Juliet. David, you'll also be chatting to the Artistic Director of Health, Dr. Sue Mays.
Yes.
I know she has a very special place in your heart because her work with hip and foot injuries actually extended your dancing career.
Dr. Sue Mays saved my career and sort of saved my life. I had a huge injury in 2014, and I came down here, bought a one-way ticket, and her and the team and this entire place brought me back to my career, to my dancing. So yeah, now we're working side by side. Life comes full circle. It's wild.
Well, she's given you so much, and we're so excited that you're here giving back with all your expertise and knowledge. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Let's take a look at some of the luminaries from the Australian Ballet and celebrate 60 years of dance.
Well, here I am with some dancers from the generations of the Australian Ballet. It's such an amazing education for me as director, to be honest. But we are actually seeing David McAllister over there with some other dancers. So let's go check out and see who David is talking to.
My favourite ballet. Yeah.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Are you going down memory lane?
Well, we really are, and I just...
Lindy, what is it about the dress that...
It's the memories. It's the memories of the depth of this character and getting to portray such depth of emotion. There's, there's ballets that you love and you do or you enjoy, and then there's some that you just stick with you and they're really in your heart. And this was one of them for me. It was a dream to want to do it, and it was a dream to be given the opportunity to have it. So, yeah, I love it.
What I think is so interesting about Onegin is it conjures up a similar emotion with almost everyone that's danced in the ballet, whether it's been Tatiana, whether it's been Onegin, Lenski, Olga. It conjures up this feeling of love, of emotion, of acting.
It's a dancer's ballet, isn't
Yeah.
it?
Such a dancer's ballet.
And Kev, you did both roles.
I did. I was lucky enough to dance both roles in the same season. So, yeah, it was.
That's unusual.
It was. So the difference between the characters, one is rather mature, and then the youthfulness of Lenski.
Yeah.
So it was a really enjoyable
Yeah.
season.
Well, Kevin, what about you though? What ignites love or anxiety within these costumes?
Well, I mean, this one, Nutcracker. So Peter Wright's Nutcracker. I was promoted in this. This costume.
Were you?
In Penrith, in the outdoor.
Okay.
So
Which was raining.
and
freezing.
And who did that promotion?
Mr. McAllister.
Over there.
Yes. Thank you.
Oh, but as we know, it's the best part of the job.
So, what is it about the pink that you love slash hate?
The pink, I don't know, your sugar plum, right?
Yeah.
So sugar plum Cavalier goes along with pink.
It's a gorgeous costume. I might have worn this one as well when I guessed it. Does it say Hallberg on there? Yeah. So we're both in good company. But it's a beautiful costume and beautiful production, and one that is really iconic for this company. So David, or what conjures up great?
This one scares the hell out of me. Tarantella, Walter Berg's Tarantella, I've danced that so many times, and it actually is the hardest ballet to dance. But it's wonderful, it's amazing, and it was a bit of a turning point in my career. But this one too, this little lovely Jiminy Cricket sort of is La Fille Margade, Frederick Ashton, and I love this part of the costume, but it came with this kind of yellow-coloured hide, which used to make my legs look like buttercups. And so I like, well, big, round buttercups. So yeah, I have a love relationship with this, and I have a love-hate relationship with this because of the tights.
Understandable. Well, I think all of these costumes conjure up a sense of stress because, these roles are hard, but a sense of like true love and emotion. You saw the reaction that Lindy had with Tatiana's costume. But it's great to go through these, go down memory lane, even for me, in the pink. But it's another example of the richness of the costumes here that we have at the Australian Ballet. Many, many years.
Joining us now for World Ballet Days, Jasmine Dwyer, the acting head of education here at the Australian Ballet. Hello, Jasmine. Tell us a little bit about the education programs that you undertake.
Sure. So, I mean, I think we actually have the greatest job in the company. Sorry, David. Because we really get to go out there in the community, in schools, and really see just how many dance lovers, dancers, audiences are really out there. So we're really focused on giving opportunities and bringing really great dance to areas that might not have as much access as the big cities do. So we've travelled to places like Cairns this year, Catherine, the west coast of Tasmania, and we're really finding ways to make ballet relevant, I think, to whoever we're dancing with. So sometimes that's in schools. We do a lot of work in schools with primary and secondary students, where they're really physicalising some of their learning and sometimes performing that as well for their family and friends at the end. But we also work, you know, with community groups, in different venues, in libraries. So I think the youngest person I danced with this year was 18 months old and the oldest was 93. So I don't know, I think you can see why I think our job is so great. So yeah, we're really kind of bringing the ballet to places that maybe, not always, but maybe can't come into the theatre. So we have two shows as well that we do. We have a shortened version of Romeo and Juliet, which was choreographed by Paul Knobloch. And we have a brand new show called The Story of Pommy and Gobba, which was created by Wiradjuri choreographer Ella Havelka, who many people might remember from dancing with the Australian Ballet. And so we've been performing those all year in schools and communities.
How wonderful. So you get to go around Australia and watch faces light up.
Exactly. Just seeing the excitement, and whether that's watching a performance or oftentimes even people who sometimes don't think they want to dance, but we can find a way to kind of bring them into our ballet world, and by the end, you know, they've found their own creative voice. I just think it's magic.
You also run the cadets program. What is that?
Yeah, so our cadetship program is a paid traineeship for 2 First Nations dancers. So this year we have Amy and Troy with us, and it's really about sort of building career experience, having a touring experience, learning about teaching in the community, things like that. So they've been with us on tour in Alice Springs, in Cairns, and they've also learnt the story of Pommy and Gobba. So they're actually performing that next week in Wagga Wagga, which is on Wiradjuri country where the original story is from, that inspired this adaptation. So I think they've had a really great year, and we have benefited so much from having their creative voices with us.
And David, you've had a chance to discover our wide, beautiful country, getting an idea of how large Australia is.
I have. I was like a tourist all of a sudden, going to Alice Springs, Launceston, Hobart, Darwin, and you, I will admit, you do have probably the best job in the organization. I won't take that personally, because she really, I saw the magic that the education team does in schools, inspiring young kids, putting on these beautiful shows, Palmy and Gaba and Romeo and Juliet. But we go all throughout Australia, and it's really amazing to have that far of a reach, not just in the big cities, but in the smaller towns, and that's equally as meaningful.
Why do you think it's so important to spread ballet to so many regions in Australia?
Well, ballet is a live art form. There are amazing digital platforms like World Ballet Day, but there's nothing like being in the theater. And we have a really important responsibility to not only be in theaters at the Sydney Opera House and Arts Centre Melbourne and world tours, but we have a responsibility to go to the smaller theaters and to inspire people, live and in person, to the beauty of the art form.
And then, when we're watching people like Jared dance, we can actually see how much effort goes into it and see how much work is involved. Jared, do you enjoy all of that side of it as well?
Absolutely. I can attest to what Jasmine was saying because I'm from a small country town, and my generation, we never got any of this experience. So, like this initiative, 8-9 years running. It's been around for a long time now, and it's just an incredible opportunity just to share the love and joy, just as simply as that, just to expose these kids. I want to know, for as long as it's been around, have you heard of any long-term success stories?
Yes, we have one right now, which is that Troy, who's one of our First Nations cadets, we actually taught him in Cairns in one of our programs when he was, I think, 14. And so sometimes if you look back in some of our videos, you'll see a young Troy. And so to have him then come and work for us,
Cool.
I think is something really special. So.
That's amazing. All right. Hate to wrap this up, but we have to let the next rehearsal start.
Of
We
course.
are now going to sit in and see some amazing Romeo and Juliet. It's going to be taken by Fiona Tonkin, and Romeo is going to be played by Joe Cayley, and Juliet will be by Benny Bemay. Let's go.
Okay, so we're on. All right, so we're starting from your solo in the balcony pas de deux. Okay, have you got enough room? You might have to be just a tiny bit back, okay, just a little bit. Okay, all right, Stewie, so we're just going to start from his solo in the balcony pas de deux. Thank you.
which part of Romeo and Juliet are we watching right now?
This, I would say, is like the peak point of this production. This is the balcony pas de deux, when Romeo and Juliet can finally just be themselves, the happiest point of the entire ballet. They met just recently and now they're seeing each other secretly on the balcony, you know, it's all hush-hush. Yeah, this is like the joyous, most beautiful moment. Also, probably one of the most classic parts of the score. So they're just enjoying each other. Like there's no care in the world. They don't really care about the Montagues, the Capulets. It's such a stunning point.
And conducting this session is our chief conductor and music director here at the Australian Ballet, Nicolette Frayon.
Yes, she's been here for 20 years now. She is an absolute testament to our company. She's held the music, held the company together for 20 years, as I said. Huge asset to our company. She's works the music so magically, and it's such a hard job. A conductor is a big job in itself, but then imagine trying to conduct not just the orchestra, but then trying to make it fit into the dancers' movement. It's such a niche job that requires like her brain to think 4 different things at once and just compile it into one single idea. It's incredible. It's a really tough job.
So she's timing the music to keep up with where the dancers are at.
Yes, there's a bit of give and take. So like depending, like the score might be written in a certain way, like a certain tempo, which has to be held true in that respect. But then sometimes, you know, that like the dancers might need a little bit drawn out or sped up because of the nature of the way they personally want to work the piece. So there's always these conversations. So the way that this score is played for these 2 principals will be very different to say how like another cast will have a go at it. So yeah, it's a really cool puzzle job, I think.
Speaking of puzzle job, I feel like Romeo is leaving the balcony.
Oh yeah, but you know, happy days. He's not sad about it. God, I couldn't do any more. I've had to go at this part of the day. It's bloody hard. You do want to stop there.
Lovely. Very, very nice. Very nice. Hey, just at the beginning on the solo, just need to get up a little bit higher on the ensemble. And this was much better. This was really lovely, but it's finding that way from the landing to go into that and keep it nice and smooth.
Find it hard to get traction on this.
Oh, I know. I know. Yeah. And just if we can get the landing on the end. But I know this floor's a little bit slippery at the moment. Okay. And then this was coming better, all of this. I think still, when we go into this part here, we still get a little bit of a stop. So we've got to find a way and to flow all of that movement so that it really feels as though that emotion is there. Okay. But the joining and the separation was really, really beautiful. All of that was so good. The bell's getting much better. I still feel like just a little bit, if you can park it just a tiny bit more so that we don't see the total arch too soon, because it's lovely when it gets that dynamic straight up into at the top and then go, yeah, so that it's not, so you really get that dynamic into the air. Okay, the pencils were better. But this, I still feel, do you feel like that when she goes coming into the à la seconde, this part here, I feel like it just hangs on just a little bit. You know, yesterday when we were doing it, it had a little bit of that before we go into the penché.
I feel like I actually might need to go a bit faster, because sometimes I think by the time I get to the front, I should already be over my écarté.
Right,
and sometimes I think I'm still before it.
Yeah.
And then it's like I miss the moment.
Right, to actually pull through. Yeah. Just a little bit. And then when we came into the third one, coming into here, we didn't quite, I think she was a little bit away from you before she went into the grand rond as well. So it didn't get that, because usually you get that really beautiful arch through the écarté.
Again, I find it really difficult to get around, it's so slippery.
Right, of course.
Maybe we just try one of the pencils.
I think it was a bit faster as well.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. I know. Did you want to try it with music or? Yeah. Can we just go into the pencils? Yes. Yes, that would be perfect. Thanks, Stewie. Stay on that side. Try it again. No, I just needed to see the second, this one here. That's it. All right, okay, cool. Yeah. Because I feel, and I think it's that thing of being wanting to get through that, but there's a moment from here, as you go around here, that we should see this a little bit more before. And I think, because the arms are low, is that you feeling like you can't quite?
Yeah, but I wonder if it's my timing, because I think I maybe I need to start moving. So I'm at that point, because I think at the moment I'm here.
Yeah.
And then I go, and I'm almost here.
Oh, and you're already over, right?
Like too late.
Yeah.
So maybe it's just from the fondue.
Like
almost me starting that run drum a bit.
Yeah. Because we can suspend it just a little bit too, and you can just find that front just a little bit more.
Yeah.
Do you want to get away from the slippery? Okay, all right.
Just one. Sorry.
Keep your head up. Coming up through. That was better. Okay. Yeah, we can experiment just that with this just a tiny bit more. I just think they're just a little bit low. Yeah. Okay. And then just a little bit into that hand on the Grand Rond before the jetés. Jetés were better. I feel like we could still be a little bit more freer through it. I still feel like you're hanging on just a little bit to go down up, but just feel as though it's a little bit explosive, so you hit the floor and you come turning around, okay? But you don't need to do that now. This one was good. Attitudes. Attitudes weren't too bad. I still feel as though when you go to the attitude, you want to release that a little bit too soon. Yeah. It was. Yeah, it's sort of like you got to calm down before the second one. Benny, I really love the fact that you let it go, but you just hang on just for a millisecond longer. So it's sort of like you get there, and then as you go, then let it go. I feel like you do your attitude and you're already back, just slightly. Just leave it just a titch longer. There we go, now let it go. All right, we can work on that one too. Okay. On going into this, and just be careful that it doesn't look like it's kicking too much in the efface. I love the movement quality, but we just need to feel as though the unfolding of that leg and the back go together. And through, there we go. That's it. Nice, guys. Yes. This passover from here was better today. Did you feel that? Yeah, it was really lovely. The fireman's lift was stunning. The slide was great. It was really beautiful. Except I want to get to a place where you don't have to hang on to Joe's arms on the descent of that.
Oh, okay. Yep.
So if we can find a way where we can counter that just a little bit, so she doesn't feel like she has to.
Probably not doing it too much.
There we go. Yeah. Okay?
Yep.
Yeah. And then, you know how we were talking about this, so as it goes into the unfold, it's still doing this. We've got to find a way where when you pick her off the floor, it can go really smoothly through this. That's better. Yep, that's better. I think it's sort of more, there's a tendency because of where it comes from, your arms are tired, it gets a little bit too high, and we want to feel as though it stays in the arms and it travels forward, so it gets a lovely smoothness. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but we'll work on that too. I think going into this was better too. Do you feel like that flow was better? Yeah.
Yeah, no, I was just saying, I think the start's better, but sometimes I must like twist or something, just at the end. Like, I feel like we make it work, but yeah.
Maybe it's making it go slightly slower, slightly slower on the takeoff, so that when you come on, as you come up, then it's nice and smooth coming up, okay? Hang on to it. Now slow it down, gentle coming up, keep it flowing through, keep it flowing through. Exactly. All right. Yeah, and even though, because we do see that beautiful length in the allongé, but as it comes around, just feel as though it's a continuous. Because I feel as though you go into penché, and then you get round here, and then it comes up.
I feel like I'm going ahead of you, maybe.
Now start coming up. That's it. Keep it going. There we go. Gorgeous. Yeah. Yeah. These lifts were great. This one was beautiful. Bourré's back are fabulous. I'm always, and it's really exciting, but we're still a little bit early on the last one.
It's me. I run too soon.
Run too soon? Yeah.
But then when you don't, I'm like,
No. Make me scream.
To be honest, the first one I was like, ooh, I'm a bit far away.
Yeah.
yeah, I thought, yeah.
No. And the ending,
Faster.
yeah. And then that ending was really beautiful. It was so much nicer. It's really lovely because it's really tactile. Okay. All right. Wonderful. Is there anything you need to do again? Are you all right?
Feels good.
Okay. Cool.
We're behind the scenes of World Ballet Day here at the Australian Ballet. It's such a privilege to see rehearsals and to have a little sneak peek behind the curtain and find out what happens here in this stage. I just wanted to ask you, what is it like to dance such iconic roles of Romeo and Juliet?
It's pretty incredible. I mean, I feel like it's a love story you grow up learning about in high school, and like I've watched obviously the Baz Luhrmann movie, so yeah, to be given the opportunity to take on the role of Juliet and discover it for myself has been like really quite special.
Romeo?
Yeah, it's one of those ballets that you grow up watching and someday you want to do, and to get to do it is amazing, and it's such a fulfilling role. You really go on a roller coaster throughout the ballet. You start off real high, and it's just, yeah, it's an incredible journey, and it's so fulfilling. So it's just, yeah, super enjoyable.
Fiona, you've danced this role many times. I remember watching you. What advice would you give to Joseph and Benny? Is that something that you do, or do you let them create that role on their own?
I think it's more important that I assist, but they create their own journeys in a sense. And I think that's really special. Joe's done, this is your third Romeo, different versions. So it's been lovely to actually see Joe grow through this version, the Cranko version, and seeing Benny develop as well. I mean, all our Juliets are very, very different. All our Romeos are very, very different, and I think that's what's special about these types of ballets. And that we're fortunate that the Cranko version allows the dancers, it gives them the opportunity to express themselves through the music and through the choreography.
And touching on the Cranko piece, because this piece was first performed in Stuttgart back in 1962, so there's such a strong history, and it's been performed around the world now.
Absolutely.
So do you feel like there's the weight of the responsibility as well then to kind of keep it true to its form?
Absolutely. I think we all have a responsibility as ballet mistresses, masters, whatever, to keep the truth and the authenticity of what was taught at the beginning.
Nicolette, you're wrapping up your time with the Australian Ballet at the end of this year. We will miss you very much. What is one of your highlights of your time here?
Well, this ballet, obviously, it was the first ballet that I conducted in the role of music director, and so I will finish with this same ballet, same version in December. And as the first taking on the role, it was so exciting to work with the set of principals then. What's lovely this time around is that first time they were principals I'd sort of inherited, and they were amazing. But this time it's been such a joy to watch dancers who joined the company while I was here as corps de ballet members and have grown up through the company and now inhabiting these roles, and watching them go on this incredible journey. And Romeo and Juliet as a piece of music, I mean, it is the score that orchestras would kill each other to play. It's such a wonderful thing. Like you say Romeo and Juliet and every orchestra's eyes light up. It's such an incredible piece to play. It's also so rewarding in terms of with dancers, they'll come off the stage and go, oh, the music literally lifted me off the floor, and that's always the experience. One of the great joys in dancing, not that I've danced it, but I understand from everyone, is this music, which really tells the emotional as well as the dramatic journey. So this is a real highlight.
What will you miss about your time with the Australian Ballet?
I'll get the Kleenex.
Well, you'd need a very long broadcast for me to list everything. I do what I do because I'm fascinated by people and what humankind can do, and that of which our brains, minds, bodies are capable. I only see myself as a facilitator who can enable everyone, those on stage and in the pit, those behind the scenes and organisationally in role as music director, to be the best that they can be, to deliver at their utmost capacity. That's my role. So I will miss working with every single person in this company, those behind the scenes after 20 years. I know the tech crew and the wardrobe, and you tour with them, you live with them. I'll miss working with this group of dancers. I said I've seen many of them grow up in this company, so I feel a bit like, a mum who leaving the kids. It's been my family for 20 years. We do so many shows together and so much touring around Australia and across the world. I'll miss the music staff, the incredible pianists who are kind of unsung heroes of any ballet company, who are there day after day, start with class, play in rehearsals, who are incredible musicians and pianists in their own right, but are equally the facilitators of performance in this company, and they're all incredible individuals, so I will miss working with them, and obviously the orchestras around the country. A great thing about this role is we don't only have our own orchestra. While we now manage Orchestra Victoria, we work with the Opera Australia Orchestra in Sydney, with the incredible Queensland Symphony Orchestra, the Adelaide Symphony Orchestra, the West Australian Symphony Orchestra when we're in Perth. So I've got to know musicians right across the country and watch them across 20 years. Again, those who joined as freshly auditioned and now really accomplished concertmasters or leaders.
I think it's a very long list. I think you should stay.
It's
crazy. So I'll miss people. That's what I'll miss.
Thank you so much for everything that you have done for music, for art, for the Australian Ballet. We applaud you.
It's amazing. Just quick, what's next? You don't know all of this. What's next?
Many things. Back to guesting and less organisation. So I'm looking forward to walking into studios and being able to work on the art and less on budgets and those kinds of things. I'm coming back to do some guesting with the Australian Ballet, some other concerts, and then also working overseas.
Love it. Walk in a rock star, walk out a rock star. Don't deal with the rest of the stuff. Amazing. Thank you so much, everyone. That was a really special rehearsal to be a part of. Thank you. And thank you for everything you've done over the last 20 years. My God, thank you. All right, well, Nicolette, reads all the musical scores, all that stuff, but there's also another very important score that dancers have to deal with on a daily, and it's called Benish notation. It looks like a musical score, but it's completely different. I recently caught up with Mark Kay, who's the repetiteur for Romeo and Juliet, and our soloist Mason Lovegrove, and discussed it further. Mark, you are here for a very specific reason, correct?
Correct.
You are our Benish notator.
Yes.
Could you please, in a nutshell, explain what is it, where is it from, and why do we need it?
Sure. Benish was created by a couple in London in the 1950s. We have Rudolf Benish and Joan Benish. Rudolf was a very smart mathematician, scientific person, they had very clever brains. And Joan was the dancer with the then Sadler's Wells Royal Ballet. And Joan would come home and writing her steps down, you know, word for word, and drawing little patterns, and husband Rudolph sort of said, well, there's got to be a better way to write this. There's a system. So he sort of devised this system back in the 1950s.
Looking at it quickly, if you don't know what you're looking at, that looks like a musical score.
Correct.
So it's not music.
Correct. And that's the thing. A lot of people look at it and think, people who know music think, oh, yeah, that looks like, you know, music, but it's not. But the 5 lines are representing part of the body. So the top line is the top of your head. The next line down is your shoulder line, and then you have the waistline, your knee line, and then the floor. And so you're sort of imagining that that's the space you're using to create the 3D image of the dance.
You're studying it right now. How are you studying it with such a full-time job? Where are you finding the time, and where are you finding this course?
Yeah, it's a really great question, Jared. I ask myself that all the time. Yeah, it's a really full-on course, but it's something, you know, you find little pockets of time here and there. When we're in performance, it's in that little lunch break. When we're at rehearsal, it's after rehearsal. But the Benish International itself is based in London, but I do the course completely online. I have wonderful tutors. Mark Kay's been my tutor for a couple of semesters. And yeah, you just find the time where you can.
Guys, it's such an insightful look into behind the scenes of the ballet. Thank you so much for joining us today. Happy World Ballet Day.
Same to you.
Love it. Thanks, guys.
We're behind the scenes of the Australian Ballet. If you'd like to ask any questions, just put a comment into the comment area. However, you're live streaming it. And what's happening now, Jared?
Okay, so we just saw the balcony pas de deux, the most beautiful part of the ballet, but now we're going to see something completely different, the exciting sword fights. This is right up my alley, so let's go have a look.
Romeo and Juliet.
Start these excerpts from Act 2 of Romeo and Juliet. We're going to start with the clowns. So the dancers are around. We've just had a big part of cease. Great. Maybe go upstage a little bit, Brett. Thanks. Great. Thanks, Nicolette. Anne.
Not everyone has to sway, yeah?
Okay, so continuing on from the balcony pas, this is in the next act. This is a market scene that we're just taking place of these. Currently, right now, we've got Brody James in the middle being a clown, and the 2 down the front as well, 2 partnerships. This is just like a big, classic market scene in some old-fashioned, that's the wrong word, classic ballets. And so this is a bit of fun before all hell breaks loose in classic R&J style.
And all the costumes when they're on stage would be very bright and huge sets.
This is the fun point, and this is, I guess, as you kind of set up a production and a ballet, it leads to false comfortability. Everyone's happy, everything's fine, and then all hell breaks loose. So it's a really clever way of creating high intensity drama soon after this.
Takes the audience on that roller coaster ride.
Yeah, exactly. And like, you can't all be bad. I mean, R&J is classically quite a tragic story, but you know, you don't want everyone to be completely depressed the entire production. Like,
don't tell us the ending.
Yeah, no. I'll leave that a surprise.
Right.
Good. Well done.
Thank you. Good.
Any notes?
Just to make sure that when we're doing those final turns, I think when it's a little bit faster, you're all much more synchronised, but that we keep passing the front on the tombe. Yeah, that's all it is. It's just the feeling of being together with the accent up and passing the front, and then ba ba. Ba, ba. Also, Yumi, if you can keep your feet together in the sway back as long as possible. Great, thank you.
Dancers,
That's great.
We will note this in Sydney, actually. When you start swaying, like, you can just start to play. You know, it needs a little more texture than just adding sways all at once from the get-go. Just play with it a bit. Yeah, good.
Great.
Going on from here?
Yeah, we will, Steve. Yeah. So we'll fast forward to the end of the wedding scene into the finale, which brings us to Tybalt's entrance and into their first fight with Mercutio. So we're aware we don't have the table, we've just got prop cups, but we have some swords. Yeah? We're all good.
Do you want the table slightly in?
However you feel, Steve.
Slightly in for the table?
Yeah. Will you give us a nice hand, because we're going from dee da 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 da.
Men on the table, you know, it's yeah.
We won't.
We know it.
Don't jump.
All right, good.
So Cam, you're right. You've got your eye on Nicolette there.
Okay, so now, the next part of the story. Romeo has just recently had a secret marriage with Juliet, obviously. They're happy, they're very, very happy right now, but there's the family feuds that always happen in this story, the Capulets and the Montagues. So Adam Bull, who plays Tybalt, who's one of the Capulets, and he is just chip on the shoulder. Like there's just been a history going on between the two families for generations. So he's coming into the party looking for trouble. He's not happy. He doesn't necessarily know about the wedding, but continuing from the story before this point, so he's coming into the scene just to kind of rattle the cage a bit, and he's looking for Romeo. He's got a bit of a grudge against him. So what's about to happen, Adam is Tybalt, and then we have Brett Chenoweth, other principal, who plays Mercutio, who is like the cheeky best friend larrikin, who's like the most trained sword fighter out of the lot story. So he's very confident on the sword. You'll see him be almost playing up to Adam's Tybalt because he's that in control. And then, I won't spoil too much tragedy, oh no, and then Callum Linane, our other principal who plays Romeo in this rehearsal, gets very sad and wants some revenge.
It's wonderful that a ballet such as Romeo and Juliet covers so many emotions. This is so high energy.
That's the thing, it's all happy till it's not.
done.
Yeah, well done.
Really well done.
guys.
Go ahead, Sue.
Good, good, good. So glad we're using environmentally friendly cups today.
Yeah.
It's excellent. Really, really good. The general attention onto Brett during the death scene is fantastic. It needs that intensity. Yeah, really, really good. The first thing is the mood change when Adam comes in, when Tybalt comes into the scene. It's so festive before that, and suddenly the mood killer arrives, okay? So the temperature of the room or of the marketplace changes at that very point, yeah? So we can really accent that. Just, uh-oh, things are going to get a bit nasty here because he's arrived, and you can see that look in his eye. That's then tempered by Mercutio's sending up of Tybalt. You know, and we all know this. So he's the great joker. We're all following what he's doing, you know. And gradually things get a little bit more serious. Callum, just one little thing for you. When you come in and you go to Tybalt and you politely say, "Good morrow," just take a tiny bit longer before you come across to Ben and Mercutio, just so that you can time it so he just arrives at that moment. Yeah? Yeah. That's all right. Just a little. You've got a little longer than you think.
We'll need to plan that in Sydney as well because you don't have quite as much space.
Less space.
Yeah.
Yeah. So don't. In other words, sorry, David. Don't hurry to get to him to bid him good morning or whatever. Yeah.
Callum, dancers, this is in general. When you have a reaction of someone that you're seeing on stage, give a sense that like you come on from Mercutio, but you see Tybalt. And it needs, like, visually in the theater, needs something like, it could be a step back, it could be like a reaction physically, just so we read, because I knew you were there mentally, but I didn't read it physically. Yeah. And dancers as well, just last thing, when you're watching all this drama unfold, I know it happens over the course of about 10 minutes. And, you know, you need to keep things fresh. But a lot reads if you're just standing there, even just this, or like you can't, well, it doesn't always have to be active. No. It needs to read in the face, but it doesn't always need movement. It can just be like, oh my God, you know, and that reads really strongly, especially when we get to Sydney and the house is smaller, gestures will read a lot more.
Good. It was also very good, the reactions when Mercutio was dying, when Tybalt comes closer to you, that you're very attentive to what's happening with your dear friend Mercutio, but the moment this guy comes towards you, you can use that moment, Mason and Corey, that was great. And that's also going to be more obvious in Sydney. Good.
One last thing. Brett, when you take the cup and you fall forward, men, be ready for him, because Brett really, it's like, take the risk. Don't.
That's especially for Romeo because he's got the furthest to get around. Yeah. So maybe just anticipate a tiny bit. Yeah.
And like, yeah, good.
You got it.
Living dangerously. Actually, it helps if, Brett, on your stagger around, don't feel that you need to go too far out. If you carve that semicircle just a little tighter, then you won't be quite so far. So long as you've got that triangle between yourself, Tybalt, and your guys for the salute, then you won't have so far for them to drag you into centre for the end. Yeah.
One last note, Jade, when you spit, think about it how you would without transferring of saliva, but like something like how you would really spit, because it was a little too close. Just think, you know, go method. All right. Thank you, dancers. Thank you.
You're watching World Ballet Day live from the Australian Ballet, and we're going to have a chat now with all the amazing swordsmen. Guys, do you mind coming in for a second? We're going to have a chat. Thank you so much for joining us. Guys, well done. That is quite the feat. The sword fights are, I guess, not our bread and butter. We don't normally go into that every day at ballet class. We don't pick up the sword and have a go. there's such a precision to it. Do you guys have to have any extra special training, I guess, when it comes to the sword fights?
Yeah, I mean, our the repetitor Mark Kay and Steve Heathcote, he took us through. It's like choreography. I think that's how I think about it. I mean, Ad and I always go mark through our fight before a show, and it's just like steps, you know, up, down, 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 up, and it's all like counts. So, you know, we do it in eights. It's just like dance. But yeah, we took the time to go through it slowly, and then we built the actual fight choreography. But yeah, to me it just seems like learning another dance style.
Because the swords are actually real, aren't they, Stephen? So it can be a little bit dangerous.
They are indeed real. They're not sharp though, and they also have these little safety tips on them, which is really high-tech gaffer tape. But we take safety really, really seriously, and from the very get-go in rehearsals, when the guys were learning the fights choreographically, the emphasis is always on safety, and the rule is that if you're the aggressor in a fight, it's your responsibility for the safety of the guy on the other end.
Because you do need to put a bit of pressure on it to make it look like a real fight, don't you?
You absolutely do, yeah. I mean, yes, it's choreographed, but it needs to have a high degree of realism to it, because this is a part of the story unfolding in front of us, and it's this deep-seated hatred between the Montagues and the Capulets that just boils over into these fights.
And Steve, when you transferred these sword fights from the rehearsal room onto the stage, obviously then you have another whole factor. You got like adrenaline pumping and the performance aspect that has to come into play. Is there any kind of fail-safe that like is it eye contact, or is it there's something that keeps everyone safe on stage, because those swords flying around could be dangerous?
Absolutely. I mean, again, in the rehearsal process, everyone around in that scene, around the sides, has to be very aware of what the choreography is and where the dancers, you know, whether it's Mercutio and Tybalt or Romeo and Tybalt, where they're moving in the fight and how to be aware of where the danger points are. So that comes down to careful rehearsing. In terms of the actual fights and the characters fighting, we really focused on eye contact between the two men fighting, because that decreases the risk of, firstly, missed strikes, but it also keeps the dramatic intensity between the two characters, that sort of visceral sort of hatred between them, you know.
Great death. Wow. Very long death.
You milked that one. You milked it.
What is the secret to a good on-stage passing?
Well, I think, yeah, it is certainly probably the longest ballet death in all of the repertoire, but, you know, it's such a tipping point for the whole story, for the whole evening. So I try to really take in everything that as characters we've done for the whole night, and to try to really, yeah, slowly let that kind of bleed out.
Literally. Exactly. And Adam, that's all down to you.
Yeah, I think for me, like, Tybalt as a character is so far from my personality, but that's the beauty of what we do as artists. You know, you get to tackle these amazing roles and characters. So I love these guys, but when we're on stage, I bloody hate them. Yeah.
Do you find that the choreography, and you know, this is Cranko's version, it really stands the test of time, doesn't it? It's still amazing to watch in 2022.
Yeah, 100%. I remember watching this on VHS back in the day, I think with Steve.
Yeah, because I was on that VHS. Thanks,
yeah. But it really does, and I think, you know, bringing it back after nearly 20 years, it still feels fresh. There's a real excitement amongst the dancers about tackling this Romeo and Juliet, but it really does stand the test of time. I think that comes down to the story. You know, I think it's a universal story, and it's just a brilliant interpretation of that story.
Amazing. Cal, Brett, Ad, Steve, thank you so much for your time.
Thank
now,
you.
Let's hear more from David Hallberg and David McAllister as they celebrate 60 wonderful years of the Australian Ballet.
Here we are with living heritage of this company. David, I'll let you do the intro.
Okay, well, I'm going to go in chronological order, because Michaela Cicaldi joined the company in 1970, straight from the ballet school as a young little thing. What an exciting time to join. Rudolph was here doing the Don Q, and then the next year you took it on a tour around of America, and of course, and then in '72 Ashton was here doing Cinderella, and I mean extraordinary time. And then the very following year, Igor Gaisina joined us from the Russian, from Vaganova training, brought your exotic, beautiful technique to the Australian Ballet. So these are our good. And Russian bag, yeah, exactly. You still got a Russian bag, darling? So I think, Igor, you need to tell us the story about this tutu, because this tutu is the way it is because of you.
I danced one of the variations from first act of Sleeping Beauty. So when I came to fit for one of the fittings, I found that the top of my tutu was a little bit squarish. So I said to Kenneth, my first year with the company, and I said to Kenneth, can I please have a little bit of cut there? He said, what do you mean, Egul? I said, I want to V-cut for my back, for my shoulders.
And
he looked at me.
A little bit lower in the back, because that would have been sort of quite high for a Russian back.
Yes, and he was absolutely charming. He was amused, and he said, cheeky, Egul, very, very cheeky.
And you got what you wanted.
And you got what you wanted.
Yes.
But I have to ask you, because Michaela, you were made a principal in 1977, the same year that Anne Williams did her production of Swan Lake. And I remember one of the most vivid memories of me, my early years, my first year in the company, we did a performance of Swan Lake, that production of Swan Lake, at the My Music Bowl. You were dancing Odette O'Deal with Jonathan Kelly, and it was one of the most magical nights I think I ever spent on stage. You wouldn't have even noticed me. I was the peasant sort of over here, and in Act 3 I was a courtier over there, and I was just like this, gobsmacked watching your beautiful performance.
Well, look, it was so atmospheric though, because you looked out and it was really, the moon was there, it was outdoors, it was thousands of people, it seemed like. It was so atmospheric, it was like you really were out there on the lake, you know.
But I just remember it was like an amazing performance. Was that one of the ones that
It does stand out. I think I got my second wind. I think that was one of the ones where you literally get your second wind, because we did a full-on dress rehearsal that afternoon, 4 acts flat out. And I thought, oh, I can't do it again. But you get your second wind when you have to, and you just.
I always found sometimes when I had to do really hard dress rehearsals, that come the performance, you were so much calmer and you got that second wind, but you had gotten the nerves out.
Absolutely,
I don't know,
that's right.
Yeah, what's amazing, speaking to the two of you, is that dance is always in you. It will always stay with you, whether you're teaching, whether you're coaching, whether you're describing, the people you met. I think this art form stays with you for your entire life.
It does. It absolutely shapes you as a person. I think it gives you the resilience, it gives you focus, it gives you so many things that you need in normal life to just get by successfully. I think this ballet career is just, it's hard at the time. It's really hard at the time, but you find a strength. You find a strength and a resilience to get through.
But it's rewarding,
but it's the
and
reward.
It's a magic.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah. It's worth every second.
It is. Well, great chatting with the two of you. My God, the stories you have. Very jealous. But again, just amazing to go back and hear the rich stories of the Australian Ballet.
You're watching World Ballet Day, where there's over 60 dance companies spread across 6 continents, including the Royal Ballet from London. That will come up later today. So head to worldballetday.com. The Dance X Festival wrapped up here in Melbourne last night. It's been an exciting collaboration of 9 Australian dance programs over 3 programs. Part 3 featured Australian Dance Theatre's The Third, which is choreographed by their artistic director, Daniel Riley. Jared caught up with Daniel last week.
I'm joined here with Daniel Riley, who's the Artistic Director of ADT and a proud Wiradjuri man. Dan, thank you so much for joining us on World Ballet Day. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
Very, very good.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for joining us.
Yeah,
it's so cool to have you here. I want to ask you, firstly, you have a piece with us currently, The Third.
Yes.
And it's just been featured in our Dance X program. Yep. How's that piece? How's it been? How's the experience been?
It's been amazing to be around so many different artists and companies. You know, we all exist in our own little pods in our companies, and there's very rarely any moment where we cross over. And so and I know speaking to my company, it's been really nice for them to get to see other dancers, share a studio, share a stage, share audiences, and share how we all tell stories differently. The company performed a work called The Third, which is the very first work I made as artistic director when I moved to Adelaide. The idea of The Third is around this idea of a third archive. So me as a Wiradjuri man from Western New South Wales, I can access my master archive when I walk barefoot on my Wiradjuri country or on my ancestral country. The landscape, the beautiful landscape here in Australia that I know that you know very well, the importance of our landscape as well, and that we need to respect it, like we would respect books in a library or artifacts that sit in a museum.
Love it. Now, back to today, to World Ballet Day.
Yeah.
Your piece, The Third. Can you explain roughly what we're going to be seeing now?
So the dancers just going to, they're still refining, you know, they're refining and they're rehearsing and they're constantly pushing each other. They love to keep working in the spaces, you know, like they're never, what I love about my artist and any dancer is there's never a like, oh, that's enough. You know, they're constantly trying to push themselves, push each other, try and find fun and how to keep refining. So today the dancers are going to run through a couple of sections of the work, you know, in a studio, which is always really nice because there's no pressure of lighting and space. It's just like there's something really organic in...
Just the pressures of the cameras.
Just the pressures of the cameras, but that's okay. But, you know, these ideas are not having to hit lighting cues and whatnot. You know, like, it's raw in a studio, as you know. Like this, it can be raw and uncensored in a studio, and that's the goods. That's a beautiful place to be in a studio.
Oh, but thank you so much for joining us today. It's so cool to have you here.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
You're watching World Ballet Day live from the Australian Ballet in Melbourne. Still to come is rehearsals from Instruments of Dance program, including a new work from Alice Top and Kneeling and Justin Peck's Everywhere We Go. And don't forget, if you've got a question for Jared, David Hallberg or any of the dancers, you can leave a comment below. Right now we're watching a work that was featured in the Dance X Festival. It's a rehearsal of Dan Riley's work, The Third. Jared, who's in this rehearsal?
Okay, so the company members are Brianna, Darcy O'Rourke, Jada Nark, Zoe Wozniak, Sebastian Gerlings, and we have the Associate Artistic Director, Sarah Jane Howard, who's taking the rehearsal.
Yeah, nice. And Seb, I keep meaning to tell you too, a bit later in the next section, there's just a moment of where you dive under, and I think you're returning from the back to the front, and everyone else is just ducking under. So just double check, after you've gathered forward. This is all good, make this nice and meaty. See Seb, you're facing the back for too long there. Darcy, do you just duck under quickly from your last position? Yeah, so almost your face stays to the... Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Yeah, good. And then, beautiful. And then just remember this next, also the shoulder driving forward. Yeah, so it's not a light turn. So if you could just mark that through. Yes, 6. And 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Dive. Yeah, beautiful. Much better. Yeah. And then ting, 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 ting. Amazing. Yeah. Beautiful. Let's go. Seb, are you okay to have just a think through of your solo? Let's mark that through for a moment. You guys have one more think through of 6s, and then we might just run that section from the 12s. So if you mark it on through. So this is all really good. Nice. Beautiful. Nice. And I think just like we've spoken about, just ride the wave if you can. Yeah. The one bit I wanted to have a look at, Seb, was your new, you know, you've gone sparkle, and then as you come up through second, it's almost like you need to finish the sentence and hit that down, yeah. So that's beautiful, and then yeah, that's it, yeah. So that then it's like energy off at the top, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, do you want to have one more go at that? So, nice. Yeah, beautiful, beautiful. So it's almost like yeah, yeah, nice. Nice. The rest is all good, same here. Just making sure, so it's not just an arm gesture, but it's like, the energy coming off you. Yes, beautiful. Yeah, gather, pull. Here as well. Yeah, stunning, stunning. And then ride the wave. Beautiful, and same here. Let it fly off the hands, yeah. Nice, nice. Cool. Do you feel warm enough, Seb, to have a go through of that? Yeah. Kind of lead in. Let's do it. All right, gang, everybody ready? We might go, let's go from Zoe falling off, 12s, and then we'll lead into Seb, lead into 6s, and have a go through that. Nice. Beautiful. Let me just get the music organised. And just remember the difference in qualities. So we're really low and heavy in the pelvis, tight and sharp, and then when we're light in the upper body, yeah. I think you've got about 10 seconds, Zoe. And okay, ready to go. Beautiful, Seb. We'll just pause there and go into, well done, first thing in the morning. That was really good and nice with the drop, yeah, beautiful. Catch your breath, and sorry, that was not quite the right part of the track. You okay to continue? Yeah, let's go into 6s. Let me just find I think we were on our way. Just about to, yes. Seb, start. You need that to count in, don't you? Yeah. Sorry.
mark it through, see if it's good. Nice. Yes, beautiful, yeah. Nice. Nice, good. One. Beautiful, guys. Great, great. Stunning. Beautiful. Good run through. All good? Yeah. So much better with that when you really delay that moment. It gives it, it's like it gives us almost a fright when you hit that mark. Yeah, swooping it down. Yeah, beautiful. Great. Now, shall we take a little quick look, maybe just go through a few things in family photo? Just a few details. So if you start in your posies. Nice. Beautiful. Nice. Beautiful and really melting together. Wow, stunning, nice. Nice. Whap, 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 whap. Nice. Beautiful and drop. Nice, really drop the weight. Stunning. Great, beautiful, and we'll stop there. Thank you guys, excellent, good rehearsal. Well done, stunning.
Melbourne, the home of the Australian Ballet. We're about to chat with Associate Artistic Director Sarah Jane Howard and dancers Zach Lopez and Zoe Wozniak. Sarah Jane, tell me about that piece that we just saw everybody rehearsing. It was beautiful. What's the story behind it?
It's always challenging with contemporary dance to describe a story because often it comes from
a more abstract place. But with the little section that you just saw, it's towards the end of the show of the third, as you mentioned, by Daniel Riley, and the third is about the third archive, so the human, the person and their memories and the history that they gather and collect in themselves and in the land. And this particular section that you just watched is sort of the climax of the piece. So it's more about all of that energy exploding off the body and off the dancers' limbs, and it's kind of got a energetic response to that theme. So as you saw, they're kind of coming together, connecting, and letting that energy fly off their bodies.
And how you said, like, it's quite an abstract concept, contemporary dance in general. It also, because of that, it becomes like this kind of holistic approach. There's not just like a refined put on a character. This is like, has to come from you guys internally, right? So how do you guys tackle that kind of concept and challenge in these performances?
Yeah, definitely. Good question. I think it starts.
Thank you.
Very good.
It's written down.
Yeah, I think it stems from the creative development of this work. We begin with quite thorough research. Dan brings in some material, for example, the book that the third came from. It's comes from a series called First Knowledges. This particular book, Songlines, is by Margot Neal. So, can I catch my breath? Oh my God.
No, keep talking.
Yeah, and it's really like so collaborative. I think in the first, well, all the way through the process, but especially in the early stages, like we do lots of written tasks, lots of big improvisations, lots of sharing, lots of, like feeling the memories, writing the memories, how they feel or taste or the textures in our body. So it's really, like you say, the holistic approach the whole way through.
But just recently touching on like the other aspects that you do to research the pieces, you guys recently did a bit of a collab with us Australian ballet dancers, and the feedback that we got from the dancers coming back was just how much fun and how experiencing those parts were, because that's not something that we generally do in our company. Is that like just the bread and butter for you guys?
It's really important, really important, and really allows the work to grow from the roots up, I suppose, like really getting into those early stages and sharing and talking, like that's just as important as the dancing, and
I think it really brings out the personal relationships that we have within the space, and how do we foster that, and how do we grow that, and then how do we implement our varying degrees of dancing and our ideas of that, bring our history into the space, and then building for a kind of a future of the potentiality of that.
And I think, sorry. I think also with such a small company, you know, we've only got 6 full-time dancers at the moment, so every individual is like a principal artist. Every individual brings all their history and their storytelling to the piece, so that way of working kind of allows the ownership from each performer to be really important and vital in the work.
It really just kind of solidifies you in the choreography. It feels like you on stage. Is that an assumption, or is that kind of close to truth?
No, that's absolutely correct. Yeah, I think Daniel Riley really helps facilitate that ability for us artists to bring our own kind of lineage, our own, like I said, history of our dance practices, and helps facilitate that in a really kind of nurturing and safe way.
And us as humans, I suppose, as well, which all enriches the dancing and the experience on stage and in the studio.
Love it, guys. That was that's not my bread, but I loved it. Sorry, that was so much fun to watch. That was such a joy. It was incredible. Now, after this, now we're going to have a look at our resident choreographer, Alice Top, for her piece that she created on our company called Annealing.
You have a brand new piece with us, Annealing. I was very lucky and fortunate to be a part of that process, so I know what it's about, but for everyone at home, can you give us a brief rundown of what that is?
Well, annealing is a process of melting metal or glass to a temperature below melting point, and they employ that method in order to soften the material or the object, which actually makes it more malleable and ductile. And so I really liked that concept, and I decided to approach the work that way and apply it to the human condition.
So how do you do that? Because that's very scientific, based on a metal.
Yeah.
How does that relate to a person?
Well, it's pretty broad and abstract, the work, but in my mind it related to humans in terms of, I think we have, an idea, an ideal of what strong looks like, physically, how it behaves, this kind of hardness and steeliness. And I really wanted to dismantle that. And I think, there's a real sort of, strength and tenacity and resilience that comes from softening. It takes great courage to be vulnerable and honest, and so the work is really about being unapologetically honest and finding a strength in that.
And so what are we seeing today for World Ballet Day?
So we're going to run through a duet with Amy Harris and Adam Bull, which is the opening duet in A Kneeling. And it's really about navigating this new land without preconceived ideas and misconceptions of what you need to be or who you need to be, and whether that's in, ballet or your work environment. It's about, shedding labels and being unapologetically you in that space.
Amazing. Alice Topp, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me, Jared.
You're watching World Ballet Day live at the Australian Ballet. Now we have a sneak peek at the recrystallisation pas de deux featuring Adam Bull and my amazing wife, Amy Harris. Enjoy.
All right. Hey guys. So we're going to use the MIDI recording today because we can't use the orchestral one, so that'll rewind a bit back to an earlier rehearsal period when we were using that. Otherwise everything's the same. We haven't touched this for a while, so let's just take it in little chunks and kind of get it back in the body. So if this is the full track, so I will just pick it up from your walk around and we'll try and catch those entry notes. Okay? All right, guys, let's pause here before we go up to the shoulder. Great. Okay. Okay, one sec. Good. It's a little bit quicker than what we got used to in performance, yeah. So, really, really good. Just from... the first turn is fine, actually, and the unfolding is great. Just walk for me from the landing in the penché. It's a tiny bit too far back as she comes down. Maybe you could move slightly to your right as she descends to the floor. That's good. And this was great, tracking the leg with the arm coming across. Yeah, if we can get that left-right with the knees coming across, just to sort of separate that out a little bit.
I think we can hold on a bit more, just so that I can give you a bit of
That's good. Great.
Just that little bit of attachment.
Yeah, good. This, looking into the hand, is great. Just at the very end, and you hook that knee in and we come up. If we can sort of keep this arcing through the body up and over the top of that movement, it was... Yeah. So just slow it down a little bit here. Lift up and over. That's it. Yeah. Just so it doesn't go through flat. It keeps continuing that sort of arc over the top.
I think help me lift up and over. Sometimes I just push it back.
Good. Just talking on from here, around the wrap was great. Amy's slightly off the leg on this passe. It's something to do with the turn, getting into it before that. From there, this one here.
It almost comes around to
Yeah,
the side, doesn't it?
I think it needs to come a little bit more into your right hand. And
It's just, I think from that attachment from here, I've got to let you come.
that's good.
Yeah.
That's good. So the right side doesn't change.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm that way otherwise.
Yeah.
That's me bringing you up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good. Just talking on from here. This was great. Planking back. Good. Straight back. Good. Into this. And this is where we stopped. Okay. All right. Good. Let's backtrack. See if we can pick it up and step up onto the shoulder.
Do you have Steve where it changes that?
Let me see.
That's the only thing I can really pick up in the music. Before that.
Yeah.
This is the promenade coming up, looking into the hand. Easy. Slow this down a bit. Okay, good. Let's take a pause there. Great, guys. All right.
Just the end. So as the leg comes up, it's just straight. Yeah.
Into that one.
Yeah.
Alice was talking about wanting to flatten this out a tiny bit, so maybe not quite so much to the corner, but just not really décolleté, but sort of somewhere in between.
Yeah.
Yeah.
After chicken chips.
Yeah.
That's it. Easy here. Take the weight gradually.
That doesn't feel like enough turns now.
No, that feels weird. Hey,
Yeah.
I think it is long.
One more.
My brain.
Because it's got to go into the other second and the head comes
the
around.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's too much, hey? Because then you get a bit
It swings a little bit anyway at the end, so maybe if we aim for the corner, it will probably flatten out a tiny bit. Yeah. That's as far as we need to go, though. Yeah, that's good. Coming back in. Good. Okay. Just mapping into that. The shoulder was great. The reason I say slow down is because it stops it just sort of flipping over. And if you're resisting that leg with your right hand, just be aware, if you can, between you, that it doesn't open out to this corner, that it keeps the angle, because you're starting to fall off on this angle. We just want the leg to track in that same angle coming off. Yeah? So easy, good. Great. And Ad, I think you somehow used to manage to get your left arm wrapped a tiny bit earlier than that. Yeah. Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. Don't do it again, that's fine. Yeah.
I think sometimes if I rotate my body, that flips you around the corner.
Perhaps, yeah.
That leg and that back.
It's just to keep that resistance on the roll down, so it's one smooth action. Yeah. And what's really beautiful is if you manage to, from that angle, to then sweep this up nice and smooth into the walks across. Yeah.
If we can have a tiny bit more space after the last waltz here, I feel like, that's better. I feel like we go. Yeah.
Great.
On top, and I feel like
Can I just look quickly at this next thing now where she rolls under? It was just a moment that it didn't quite look as comfortable as it could for both of you. Not that it looks comfortable.
This is really comfortable. I think I just went slightly ahead of that.
But I've got to walk straight away. I think that's where, remember you said.
Amy, it went into an arch. So I don't know whether that means you went ahead or...
I've got to get on with it.
Okay, okay. That's better.
Beautiful. Yeah.
And the famous chicken and chips. It's so weird, isn't it? The things that we call steps.
I thought that was a chicken.
That was a chicken.
And then to the chip.
That was a chip. That's right. That's right. Whatever helps you remember the sequence, whatever works. Good.
And so just making this less sharp. Because I think it helps for this next sit back.
Okay. Good. I think I can pick it up musically from headphones. Yeah. Technology, don't you love it? Okay, so this is just before you pull off, yeah? Pull off. Not too far, good. All right, guys, relax, relax, relax. Good, good. Okay.
I think I do something wrong on the pitch. Over. I need to stay over and I kind of stay up, but it doesn't get that circular movement. Yeah.
Onto Adam's neck.
Yeah.
It actually looked all right. It was quite high, and I haven't been aware of this before, but you had a good handful of bottom. So, so maybe we need to look at the grip there.
On the
flip over.
After coming up to the back of the neck. Yes.
I think on that one, I think sometimes I rush it as well, and we don't actually get
Not coordinated.
to that. I think we sort of move through it.
Yeah. All right.
Good, guys.
Oh, yeah, right.
Much better. Yep. That's okay. Just go on. Just this last thing, opening out.
This bit here.
So you've got to lift the body up now, Ames. Push on his body. You can't. Can you move that hand?
I think his shoulders were in my stomach.
Oh, okay. No one, you can't move.
Why don't you pitch it over more?
It was a bit higher last time, wasn't it?
We'll check this later. But I think we're going to wrap up shortly. But we'll get back to this. It's a good start. It's a good start. So this will lead us into Sydney Opera House season really well.
Yeah.
So so it's in a good place. It's still, you can see it's still in the body, which is great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. A few iron out.
Yeah, absolutely. Fantastic. Good. Hi guys.
We're watching a kneeling with principal artists Amy Harris, Adam Bull, and under the very watchful eye, I noted, of ballet master Stephen Heathcote. Now, we've covered chicken and chips. But what is the rest of the scene about, Stephen?
This is from a ballet called A Kneeling by the Australian Ballet's resident choreographer Alice Topp. The kind of genesis of the idea behind this piece, and it makes a bit more sense when you see the whole thing, is the process of annealing, which is where metal or glass is heated to such a temperature that it changes its cellular structure and becomes soft and what they call ductile. And the thought from Alice was that it becomes soft in order to then become stronger. And so it's challenging the idea of what strength is, and that softness can be strong. So she sort of explored that concept through movement with the dancers, and there's a number of different sections of the ballet annealing. And this particular piece, this pas de deux that Adam and Amy are doing, opens the ballet.
Now, luckily we are behind the curtains and we can lift the veil on all the grandness that ballet is. I want to talk more about, this is a loaded question because I know the answer. Can you please explain the chicken and chips, and are there any other names that you remember things with?
There are probably a few too many names. Nearly every step I think we created with Alice was made and had a name. But chicken and chips, you know, I had to look like the chicken, and then we kind of went straight up and down, so it was the chips. And we've had lots. There's like crystals. There's a circus in there.
There's circus, and there's border
Border
collie.
collie.
I think because they've got all these interesting shapes and positions, and then out of those shapes we sort of just gave them all these weird names. But then it kind of helps, like teaching like this pas de deux to various casts. You go from the chicken and chips into the circus, so it kind of, in a sense, it's really good for your memory because it's sort of, each phrase has a title, so you can sort of put it into like sequential order with the words that we give them.
I was explaining to Lavinia over there that like the delta moment into pagan hands.
I don't know, I felt like when I did this, I was like, oh, that's very Delta Goodrum. She did that with her bare feet, and I was like, yeah. So shout out to Delta. She's got a little moment in there, which is nice.
Okay. So in general, Steve, what are the challenges that dancers face with performing this kind of production then?
I mean, the same as I guess any production, we have to, as dancers, switch into or gear into what it is that the choreographer is looking for, the movement quality, and to try and tap into her concept and her idea, or any choreographer, but in this case it's Alice. And fortunately Alice has worked a lot with our dancers now, and so the rehearsal process with these guys, with Amy and Adam, was fantastic. In fact, I think we probably laughed our way through it, most of it, hence the funny names. But it's great when a choreographer works with a group of dancers for an extended period of time, because they get to know one another's languages. Alice knows these guys and their strengths, and so, you know, she can create work around that. So I think really as dancers it's our job to, as quickly as we can in the rehearsal process, tap into really what it is that the choreographer is intending and the kind of feel and atmosphere that they want out of a piece.
And it's wonderful you're heading to Sydney next. Your season there starts on the 10th of November. We wish you all the best. Thank you so much. Now, from one of the Australian Ballet's newest productions, Annealing, let's take a trip down memory lane.
So, David, tell us who's in front of us.
Well, Christine Walsh was a beautiful ballerina. She was the ballerina when we were all sort of dancing together. Very quickly, you were a soloist, 75.
Yeah, Dame Peggy gave me lots of opportunities.
And then a principal at 79. It's like you were on a path, darling. And then you went away to France and danced in France, and then came back in '84 to be Princess Aurora.
Yes, but before that, I was here working with Anne Williams. She was the one that gave me that opportunity to do a deal and coached me, which was just
in '77.
amazing.
Oh yeah, in that beautiful production.
And then I became principal, and then it was Sleeping Beauty.
Christine, tell me what it was like to be coached by Anne Williams, because everyone says how great of a coach she was. Why?
She managed to get out of you this feeling that you were actually the character. You weren't you anymore. She put you into that character, and that has stayed with me since then, and that's why I've always loved interpretive roles. She really started that process for me.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
For me, Anne was all about, and I'm sure you would have these memories as well, she was about the transcendence of self. It's not that you forget yourself, you bring yourself to the role, but you're, as Christine alluded to, you're no longer you are that character. And so there was no grey area in characterisation, it was full commitment every single time, 100%.
She also had that way of scaring the hell out of you too. Like, I remember my first year in the company and we were doing Romeo, and I was just one of those boys, and I was thinking no one was watching me. And she stopped the rehearsal and said, "Who are you?" And I went, David? He said, no, who are you in this character? And I was like, I'm selling fruit, you know? But literally, and then I was doing Mercutio. We did Mercutio in our first year in the company. And she came up and she went, "I hear you're doing Mercutio." I was like, thinking that she was going to say, "No way." And she said, "I hope you've been watching." And then just kept walking. I was like, ah.
Well, the great thing is that we had been watching, because there was so many great exponents of that role.
Oh, yeah.
That's right.
So many wonderful, inspirational people doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's amazing. So we have some memories behind you. If you don't mind pulling that brown thing. I will do your fans a disservice if we don't talk about this.
Okay.
So what is this? But more importantly, what memories does this conjure?
Okay, so this is a costume from Spartacus. One of the costumes from Spartacus. This was one of the more full costumes of Spartacus, because there were some that didn't have much to them. But actually, the costume represents the ballet, and the ballet for me represents a really interesting connection to the Australian Ballet right back to Perth when I was a young dance student, because the Australian Ballet brought Spartacus to Perth, and I extraed in the production. During the time that I was rehearsing as an extra, I broke my arm in the studio, and so I couldn't extra, which meant that I actually got to watch it from the front. And actually that was a bonus, because I got to see the whole kind of story unfold in front of me. And so then cut forward a few years later, you and I graduated from the Australian Ballet School into the company, and the first production we did was Spartacus in the Court of Ballet. So, and then of course later on it came back, and we were fortunate to do leading roles in it. And so there's been this really curious connection for me to that ballet all the way through my life, from teenage years through to professional life and beyond.
Well, it's beautiful, and there's just such history in the costumes, but what I love is the feeling that it brings. When we show these costumes to you, Christine, or you, Steve, or to anyone else that we've spoken to, it's just like, oh. And sometimes it's actually a feeling of anxiety and stress.
Depending on the ballet. Yeah.
Depending on the ballet. But, there's always that sweat and wear and tear in them.
Do you know what I love too, is that most often you have the names written in the back label of the costume of those who've danced it before you.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like you take on their DNA as well.
Absolutely.
So special. Reading the names.
Yeah.
So special.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you guys so much. It's beautiful to have the balance of the history, the dancers of today, dancers in class during morning class. It's really amazing chatting, so thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello everyone, and now we're going to show you a bit of the inside look of the ballet world, not just rehearsals, not just class, but a part of the Australian Ballet that is very meaningful to the company here, and that's the physiotherapy department, the artistic health department, led by Dr. Sumays, someone who personally brought me back from a very dark time of an injury and brought me back onto stage, but she's done that a number of times with a number of dancers very successfully. Sue, welcome. So great chatting with you.
Hi, David.
Yeah, and I just have to say it's so great to see the developments of the artistic health team, because every year Sue and her entire team are pushing the boundaries and questioning what can be done best in the dance world. And word has gotten out, because it's not just dancers in this building, it's actually cricketers, footballers, and elite athletes that come and seek the expertise of
Sue Mays, and the entire team here. So Sue, what are we going to look at today?
Okay, so we've got actually about 10 projects going on, which are a partnership with our research partnership with La Trobe University. So we've got about 10 studies, and in the past we discovered that the iliopsoas muscle, which is your key hip flexor, so that's the muscle that gets the leg high in the air,
Yes.
is actually a bit smaller in dancers with hip pain. So we've started to measure it, and Sean's going to talk through how we actually target this specific muscle in our testing.
I see. So yeah, we have 3 machines set up here. We have the Vold force frame, we have the Vold force dex, and we have the Vold dynamo. So these devices are really important because they give us really key information about how much force the dancer can actually create, and we can see their actual capacity in the muscle. And it's awesome because we can get this information without fatiguing the dancer. So when they're super busy during fatiguing times, rehearsal and performance season, we can get this information. It doesn't have any impact on the dancer. So we do this when a dancer's first come into the company, so when they first join. It's called a baseline test, and it's like a starting point. So we can do some testing, then we can give them a program, they can go away and do that program. We can then do follow-up tests to see how they're tracking, and then we can change what we're doing accordingly. So we can also do it with our rehabbers, so dancers that are rehabbing an injury, it gives us some really important key information about how they're going, and it helps us make some really good clinical decisions. And then when dancers come in and they have a hip or back problem, we can actually bring them through and test all the muscles in the hip, and we can, quite often some key markers will come out, we'll jump at those, and then we'll go and target them in the gym as well, so it's really good.
Great, let's have a look.
So, Karina, down here, she's been nice enough to help us out today. She's just going to give us a little example of what we're going to do. The positions that we use are quite novel, and this position here is a hip flexor position. So as Sue was mentioned earlier, this is actually targeting the iliopsoas muscle, and so yeah, it's the main function is when the dancer has that leg above 90 degrees. So you can see Karina's in this position now. So she's just going to do a little test for us, and she's going to, normally she would do a maximal test, she's just going to do a sub-max test for us now. So away you go, Karina. And you can see on my screen up here, you can see the force trace that she's doing, and if you relax, Karina, that'll drop back down. So that gives us some really good information. We can go away and analyse and come back and give Karina some feedback.
And this all pertains to, dancing and performing. I've always found what's so interesting is, although this is so scientific, it's so interesting what happens on the screen and the strength that we can base it off of. How then does it translate into the studio?
Yeah, so, well, first of all, we want dancers to be available. So if dancers aren't available to perform, that's, you want everyone out there that could possibly be there.
I do want everyone on stage, Sean.
So the less injuries we have, the better. And then the greater the capacity that the dancer has in their muscles, that's also going to set them up for performance as well. So if they can go for longer with less fatigue, and also they've got more strength, it's going to set them up really well.
Great.
Great.
So we've also got Jed over here. So this is a different exercise. Again, it's an isometric exercise. So Jet's going to do a seated calf rise. So go ahead, Jet. Perfect. So that's targeting his soleus. And now soleus is a muscle that makes up part of his calf complex. That's enough, Jet. You can relax there. Perfect. And it's really important for jumping. And as we know, dancers do a lot of that. And also landing. It controls the knee when he lands as well. So that's also really important.
Brilliant. So over here we've got Anna, and Anna's a PhD student, and she's doing her second PhD, and she's travelled all the way from Portugal.
So Anna, why all the way to Australia from Portugal?
So it was because of the team to have the opportunity to work with clinician researchers such as Sue, and to be involved in clinical research, and also because of the PhD topic, which is the foot, which for me it's one of amazing anatomical structure.
It is an unbelievable anatomical structure.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So Anna's just showing us the dynamo testing, and that's really looking at the strength of this really key muscle around the big toe. And Daniel's going to push down into this testing device. We get a good measure, and this will guide our rehab, but also we're hoping that this will improve his performance, so he'll be able to point and jump and really propel through that foot.
It's amazing, all of the little muscles in the foot.
Yeah,
it's so fascinating.
important.
I remember when you and I were rehabbing, you were giving me all of these little indications of the toes and the muscles in the toes. It's so fascinating how much control that can be done in a foot.
Okay,
Great.
so let's come out this way.
So
Whoa!
there's a bit of a
What's going on
commotion
here?
happening. Dimity almost took me out. Dimity, what's going on?
Just some cross training.
Yeah, okay. Sue, can you explain what's happening here?
So we've got Dimity is known for her cross training, one of our principal dancers,
Yeah.
very important in her work. It's not all about ballet. And we've got Taylor, who is a fast bowler. She's in the
Mhm.
women's cricket team, and she's had a pretty serious injury to her foot.
Okay.
So she's been coming to us regularly for many, many months
Yeah.
to learn how to strengthen up her calf and foot and to do all her rehab. So we've got her just really improving some balance through the foot on the Bosu.
Nice. I love how you adapt things to said people. You know, it's always amazing. Dimity's catching the ball here, but doing some pirouettes. And, you know, you've got the bat over there. You've got Sam Wright in the back, who is our mental wellness coach at the Australian Ballet, former footballer. So it takes a team, and it's always amazing how much they develop the exercises and actually make them fun. They have to be fun.
You have to have a bit of fun.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So talking about fun,
Yeah.
let's go into the gym.
And so, what's going on in the gym?
We have an AFL player in here.
Oh, we do.
And the athletes have really realised how important it is to strengthen up their feet and calves.
Yeah,
and so they're
okay.
coming to us in droves
Yeah.
to get our sort of advice and help with improving some of their lower limb strength.
Yeah.
And this is Sarkis, our strength and conditioning coordinator, who's going to tell you what he's up to.
Thank you very much. So, we're just over here with Trent Dumont. He's with us from Port Adelaide Football Club. Trent, do you want to just tell us how you've come here from, where have you been?
Yeah, so small worlds. Obviously, Sue Mays is an incredible physio with the foot, ankle and calf sort of realm. And my last couple of years, I've had a lot of calf issues, and Sue and I actually ran into each other when I was playing for North Melbourne Football Club in the AFL. Fast forward a few years, I moved on from them, and now I'm playing at Port Adelaide, and the last couple of years I've had a few calf injuries, so thought I'd come in, and Sam Wright, who I used to play football with, is the welfare manager here, and when I did my last calf injury, we thought we'd link up in my off season. I get about 3 months off and come in and do a lot of work, and you've been helping me out pretty much 3 to 5 days a week for the last 2-3 months.
So it has been that long, hasn't it? And it's been a real fun time for me because I have learned so much from how you actually, your work ethic from where you come from your football, and I've been implementing into our dancers' gym programs, which is really good. So where are you along with your training?
Yeah, so I'm about a month off heading back into pre-season, which is not necessarily the fun stuff that we are. It's not why we do it, but it's what sets us up for the year. And yeah, this whole last 3 months, I've sort of just been getting my calves strong and ready for running again. So I'm starting to really pick up my running, and I'm starting to taper off on so much work in the gym. So yeah, it's about to get hard, but I'm really excited for what all this work is going to do for my next season coming up.
Yeah. Great. All right. Thanks so much, Trent. Back to you, David.
Great.
Thank you, Sarkis. And Sue, thank you so much. It's always interesting to see how word has gotten out. It's not just dancers that benefit from, the team and everything. It's elite athletes, it's footballers. It's amazing to see sort of how the tricks of the trade are universal.
Yeah, fantastic. And we enjoy having the athletes in here, as do the dancers.
Yeah, it changes things up a bit, right?
Yeah, keeps it fresh.
Well, listen, we're going to throw to the studio to another rehearsal. But such an interesting chat. Thank you, Sue. And over to rehearsal. See you guys soon.
The Australian Ballet extending the lives of athletes from many different fields. You're watching World Ballet Day live from Melbourne, the home of the Australian Ballet.
Now, next up, Lavinia, you're going to get a sneak peek into the Justin Peck piece we just performed in our Instrument of Dance season. That's also tagged into the one coming up in Sydney, so get online, get the tickets. But now we're going to see it. It's called Everywhere We Go, and Liz Tui, our ballet mistress, is taking it on.
Okay, ladies and gents, let's move in now to King's Speech from Everywhere We Go. Take your places. We'll map through. Let's see if we can go from the beginning through, but if we need to, we'll stop. It's a rehearsal. We've got to transfer this from the big State Theatre stage to the Sydney Opera House next week. So we're looking for the technical details and the movement quality today. All right, Larissa, Corey, you good? Thanks, Kylie. And
Jared, this is a very high energy piece. It's been a very long day for the dancers, but it doesn't look like it.
No, that's part of our training. We have to be on top of everything all the time. So what you're seeing is, yes, agreeably very, very hard and strenuous, but luckily we have been rehearsing these pieces for such a long time now that the stamina's there to be able to support us to the point where we can perform instead of have to deal with, you know, muscle fatigue, lag, all that kind of stuff. But yeah, no, you're right. This is one of those harder pieces that we do. There's nice, beautiful artistry ones that are nice and slower. This ain't that.
We've had a question from a viewer asking, how long do you rehearse a show before you perform it?
Okay, so depending on the piece and the season and the size of it, generally we can turn around, like this production is probably about 30, 40 minutes long. So that for us, we would probably take about 6 weeks, or 6, 7 weeks from learning it from scratch. And then, you know, so that's like, say about 5 weeks of that is learning it. And then the last 2 is just really solidifying and running it over and over again to make sure the stamina is there.
Interesting.
You could think that the toe gets to space and stays a fraction longer, Corey. So, but that's it. So it needs to get out quicker, whatever it is, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 and but. Hovering, yes, hovering in that picture. Then for the gentleman in the war, we've got your big ton de flèche coming forward, which is great. The second time you're up in this position, we can hold that one. I know Brett's zooming out for his jeté en tenant, but if we hold after the second block and then fly away, you'll really be able to get up to the back of the Opera House stage, no problem. Keep the weight on the front leg as much as you can there, Ben. So after that tombe, the weight's coming forward through this hip, and you come around, and then you go. Could I have a look at that as a block? The gents, we don't need music.
Men, lead with this, not with this so much.
Yep.
Yes, there we go.
That's great. So if we just have a little lead in, a 5, 6, 7, 8. Ba da dum bum 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 be da ba da da. Ba da dum bum bum ba dee ba da da da. Go. So I don't want that front foot after this tombe. I don't want the front foot to step on the ground until the 1 of the next count. Just do one more time.
Men, as well, this tone of flesh I've always wanted to fix, actually. So hike this. So then that gives you that. Like, this is a preparation to then get into the air. Yeah? There we go, Bryce.
So you're making the bow for the arrow to shoot through. We need to see the bow. Yes? A 5, 6, 7, 8, 1, 2, da dum bum bum.
There we go. Beautiful.
Ba da dum ba 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 da da. Hold it there. Go. Ba da dum. Great. So,
good, man.
is that going to be? Are you sure?
That's really good, man.
It's because if Brett, even if you need to catch a little bit of this inside part of the ladies, if we see you explode out of that group that's starting to go around, that'd be great. Then ladies, the same thing for you. It's not quite as distinct as the gents. With your tombe releve arabesque, I want to see the action of the arm coming forward, but what happens is it's going to go a little bit further, so you tombe en avant. Go. That's it. So your arm will reach you in the direction that you'll fall into the next tombe. Could I have a look at your section? And Brett's going to chassé coupé through. A 5, 6, 7, 8, 1, 2, 3, a 4, a 5, 6, 7, 8, ba, ba da da da. Good. And then, really cheeky for your little, I'm going. I'm not finishing that one, I'm off.
Yeah, ladies, it's Sarah, that's different from what you did, because it just needs to be like a little, like, more than like a cartoonish kind of thing, yeah?
And the next one, with the orchestra, we really have the accents on all of your tombe, all of your ton leves, all your positions. I'm seeing a little bit too much run and preparation. I should see ton levee, ton levee. That should be the main accent of the movement. Often my gents who are running and to stand in this position, your preparation's almost bigger than the ton levee. You don't need it too much. Yeah, but let's really see each of you on your count to be in an enormous ton levee and arabesque in the air, flying and opening through the arms. Then we're going to come back into the lines for the sparks. So we're in the sparks just straight after that, before the clock. So also on stage, this has been good. It can be better. You need to anticipate that we're going to see the top of your spark on your note. So you've got ba, ba, ba. Everyone has the note. Bryce has got the big double tour, and we should see you spinning on your note. And make sure you don't start your pirouette too soon. Yeah? It's almost that you've got to come up and we see you go. Yeah? You don't take too much of a preparation. We know you need to have some prep, but you don't need too much. So we're going to do the sparks one more time now, and just imagine you have to escape from your closed position, show the spark, and also get back to the closed position really quickly. Do you have the sparks? Yep. So the first time, and we'll then go into the clock. We'll go into the smooth clock, which was so much better. Amanda, make sure that you have your feet parallel before you turn, as we worked on yesterday. Anything, David?
No.
Good. Okay, 8 into the sparks. And, yep. Up, together. Good. Thank you. Great. That's so much better. It really makes a big difference when we could almost take a picture in the air and you only see one person sparking, and that's because those of you who are next are holding back, and those of you who have just sparked are getting down to your position much quicker. This one needs to look like, do you remember Craig and Justin saying it's more like an amoeba? So our bodies need to be down a little bit sooner to go into this circle. So from this position down, after the clock, you've pressed, and Benny's shuffled back a little. If I give you 5, 6, 7, and 8, you don't need to go quite as fast as before. You don't have as far to go back to these positions, so it can be much more into the ground and just searching through that connection with each other. A 5, 6, 7, 8, go, 2 and 3. That's better. Down deeper. Dum ba da dum bum bum ba ba ba. Up and down. Also that time, oh, great one, Lucy. Lucy sparked it. Also that time, we have time to see 7, 8. We should see all the hands up in the air on the 7 before we go down for that last set of sparks. Good. We're going to go back a little bit to the conveyor belt. So could I see the conveyor belt? Ladies, we're coming down in 5th, aren't we? We're coming down in 5th as quickly to step to the side as we can. Gentlemen, we spoke yesterday about taking a step and lifting with your feet together. If you do that, it starts to get a very automated look, which is exactly what he wanted. A lot of Justin's work is really open and free, and you can have your own interpretation inside the 12 of you. But this one isn't. This has got to be really like clockwork, stepping across and lifting. So, ladies, you're stepping 5th. In the air, you're going passe and 5th as soon as you can. So you don't hold the passe up. It's passe 5th, land. Step 5th, passe 5th, land. Step 5th. Could we listen to that? There's 4 into the conveyor belt. And... So, hang on, sorry. Do you want to set that? Do you want to set one hand that goes in front of the other? I don't. Yeah, I know you might knock each other, but keep them a little bit in front of you, but feel as if your chest is coming forward, so it looks like the arms are open. Okay, thank you. Better? Yeah.
No?
Yes.
It looks
Okay,
a little
thank you.
flat.
Thank you. Now we're focusing with the arms and legs well. It needs a little bit of the head down and up.
It got a little flat, ladies.
Yep.
Yeah.
Definitely. Yeah. Benny, great. I think that this is something we're going to need to find on. I think you might need to go a little bit flatter, and you're going to be way down on the apron. But good. I'd like to see the conveyor belt into that first wall once more. Is that okay?
Yeah, men, I'm going to get pedantic about this. This was great, but now travel it a bit more. Yeah, so hike this, but it needs like a whoom, like going through the space, not just up. Yeah? We can try that later.
Try it now?
No, we can
With
try
the
it
music?
when we run it.
Great.
Yeah.
Okay, back to the conveyor belt. Larissa, well done. Good. And we'll go on this time. Thank you.
Quick feet into Susu, ladies.
Yeah. Fifth. And fifth. And fifth. Okay, can be quicker, yeah. Ba-ba.
Good, Lila.
Go up.
There we go. Use your chest, man. Here.
Hell, go. Great. Ba. Ha, that's one. Up. And up. I'm sorry to stop at the Wawas. This so often happens, doesn't it? Where's Henry? Henry? No, it's Hugo. You have difficulty getting into that gap. You do. Yeah. Your spot is difficult. Yeah, but fractionally. And then what I do see, though, Hugo, I do see it's as if you have stopped for a second to step in. So just keep, however you can, just keep going. Yeah. By the one, there should only be Samara visible to us, and often it's a little bit later than that. Jacob, after your wah-wah, you need to step out a little bit for your ton levee. You're stepping underneath yourself. So for all of us, it's body, body, and then you do step out. So from the centre line, it does escape. But it's masses of body and an even bigger arabesque this time. Yeah, really go for it. Fly it up. That's great. Good.
And dancers, the ton levee, it's really boom. You know, it's not da-da-da-wah. There's really a position of the feet and a position of the arms. Very sharp, yeah.
Okay, we know that we'll fix that, Hugo. So let's go directly into the first wah-wah. Benny and Brett, you're doing your little solo.
Sorry.
You know where we are.
Ladies, just a note, we won't repeat this, I don't think, but when you go into the arabesque here, anticipate this arm. So it goes, the energy's going there, and it's not kind of slow.
Definitely. Good. Quick 8 in, thank you. Off we go, sparks. Ba, ba, ba. Ticking now.
good, Jacob. We said it's a city ballet rite of passage to our friends at New York City Ballet.
As you say, David, you're congratulated if you fall down. Yeah? Just give it your all. Yeah. Great. How are we going?
Good. There was one thing I wanted to look at. Adam, the pirouette, is it like a double and then a pass-through?
It's
Okay.
what they do several different things. It's like a pencil, but he's got to get into the clock position. Da da, ba da.
There. That's great. As sharp of a 3, 1, 2, and if the third one is here, fine. Yes. But just like, shoo, shoo, shoo. Yeah. However it finishes.
Tiny pickup.
Yeah.
Bryce, that's working well, because we've been trying to get the cleaner finished. David, do you want to have a quick look? Bryce has got this terrible tour. Well, this fabulous tour from nowhere. Just give it a go.
A hard tour.
Yes. Challenging.
Straight
Off you go. Ba-dee-ba.
There we
go.
That was the best one yet.
Yeah.
Because the world was watching. And so when we go into it, act like the world is watching, because that was great. Yeah. Dancers, let's go from. Let's do the men's and ladies one more time.
So we do the second wall. We continue on, yeah? So this will be the second wall, and then we'll go into the ending. Larissa, make sure you're doing your prep really beautifully, and you're on your leg for your extension, but you can feel that you hover a fraction longer, so we get the leg all the way to the arabesque line for the audience. That's it.
I would say, Larissa, don't développé too soon. Even longer of a double. I know it's harder technically, but hold the passé just a touch longer. Hold it. There we go.
That's it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
Don't bail too soon. Yeah. And Adam, it needs from the very beginning. It needs the impetus. Not what's happening is it's going 1, 2, 3 instead of 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Right from the beginning. And 1, 2, 3, yum, bum. Exactly.
Great.
See, the world was watching. So it just needs that force from the beginning.
He also wanted you to really be active with your arms. So that second arm, really like helicopter blades. That's great. If we go from the second wall, make sure we really feel the difference in the quality of the Are You OKs. The first one is more caring when the back dancers have their leg out. It's more really focused to the person who is melting down and falling back. The next section is much more like he was talking about seaweed. So you're all there, you've got this beautiful feeling of softness throughout the group. First time is focused towards the front person. Second one, it's the group feeling. Also, Larissa, don't anticipate your ba-ba-ba, because Benny and Brett are coming from their little diagonal points to get there, yeah? Good. Let's go 8 into the second wall. And.
Use your chest, man. Yeah. Especially here.
And go.
Good.
Great.
Good, ladies.
Much better. Yay.
Change the tone.
Feel them.
There we go, Larissa.
Oh, that's lovely.
Good.
Gentle arm.
Don't anticipate, Sarah.
Leg. Good. Excellent. So much better, ladies and gents. Really good. Well done, Larissa.
Larissa, in your jeté and your exit, what happens often is your weight stays back, so you can't get forward. I see like a stop of the energy, and it just needs it needs to stay going forward.
We're going to have to
Don't think
add
about the
that
split.
sort of quality and impact on a smaller stage, and it's going to take probably a little bit more intention and energy out of you to be on a smaller stage
Larissa,
and dance that big.
Don't think about the
because
split.
it's actually
Just
very
think
natural
about
for us
going
to
through the
take
space.
up the space, and that's what was so effective in Melbourne. But that was great. Those small details are making a
Much
big
better.
difference. Good.
I could already tell.
Sparks are so much better.
Because you were like
Well
here,
done.
And then you stayed carrying.
We will work the changing of places. I'll talk to Justin about it to see if we could spread those out a bit, because they're becoming so tight to get in and out of each other. It looks as if it feels uncomfortable.
Okay.
And I know it really does. Some things are uncomfortable, but we make them look comfortable. But this is really, you just can't get where you need to go without sort of doing a U-turn, basically.
Dancers,
Okay.
this whole tone changed, and it's because it was a little more subtle. Yeah, I know there's a lot of energy, and then it's like getting into that, but like, it really looked beautiful. No?
Yeah.
Yeah. Good.
It's exactly right.
Great.
Good.
All right. Thank you, dancers.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Kylie. We should say thank you to Kylie for learning and playing this piece.
The world really is watching on World Ballet Day. We're about to have a little chat with Liz Tui.
Hi.
Hello.
How are
And a
you,
couple of
Liz?
your
I'll wrangle the
dancers.
others.
We've got Larissa and Henry making their way over.
Hi, guys.
Welcome to Australia, Henry. I hear you've just got here. Very exciting.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank
Now, Justin Peck, the choreographer of this piece, he describes it as a plotless dance. What does that mean to you, Liz?
I think he means that there's no real narrative. So there isn't a storyline from the start to the finish, but what we are showing and exposing is our story inside. The energy that we have in our relationships with each other, either as a solo, as a couple, or in the big group sections. Each of the dances that Justin created on are famous dancers from New York City Ballet, and they have their own special qualities, which were really shown in this piece. So Tess, the role that Larissa plays, she's such a beautiful, strong, fierce dancer. The gentlemen come on stage and they're dancing, 16 of them, really powerfully, and then Tess comes on and jumps higher, spins faster, eats up the stage in such a fantastic way. So even though there's no story from start to finish, everyone has their role to play and their own personal story to tell.
And furthermore, with that, I know Peck has said in the past, for this piece in particular, that he wanted the dancers to explore a world that was consumed with wit and humanity. And so as repetiteur for the piece, how do you interpret that and assist the dancers finding that flair and that flavour?
I think with the wit, it's about taking a risk. So witty people will often take a risk. Will I get away with saying this? How much can I give of my own intelligence and wit to make humour? And each dancer is asked to push themselves to the absolute limit. It's really...
Like how
Yes.
he fell on his box.
Exactly. And Dimity, our ballerina, she was so fantastic on the opening night, she fell. And we were applauding her. In the past, falling used to be something that was seen as a mistake. But if in New York you are really going for it and you happen to take a moment on the stage, it doesn't matter. It's actually something that's applauded because of the energy you've put into the piece. And the humanity side, you see it in other parts of the ballet. There's absolutely beautiful score by Sufjan Stevens, and it's very touching. We don't want to be soppy. We want to be very humanistic about just interpreting the movement that he's created to this music. It's expansive, and everyone in the audience feels what we're trying to portray across the footlights.
Larissa, what do you find are the challenges with this ballet?
Oh my God. I mean, hello. Yeah, I think everything. I mean, I don't know if you could hear me, but like towards the end of the solo, I was like, but like, I think for me, King's Speech, I don't know, I think this piece is just like, it feels like everyone's like a community and everyone's dancing with each other, and I think that makes it like a lot kind of easier to deal with how hard the dancing is. That's why I love King's Speech so much, even though it's like so tiring. Yeah.
And Henry, you are, sorry, microphone. To everyone here at home, you are a New Yorker. You've just moved here and you just brought a New York piece with you, essentially. So does it feel like home?
Absolutely, it does. I've said it to a couple of people. It's sort of strange to get so much of home away from home so early on. You know, as soon as I've been here. But I think that that's right. I think that what we find so wonderful about this piece is that humanity aspect, and Justin was going for that, and we rehearsed with that in mind, and we we all look at each other while we're dancing, and that makes it so much fun, particularly in King's Speech. That's, I would say, the pinnacle of the ballet's sort of arc. It's the highest point of energy, and we love it, like we really do, and we smile and we look at each other, and I think that as an audience member, you can see that and you can relate to it. You can sit there, oh, this is fun, isn't it?
And we love seeing you all together, egging each other on and cheering each other on. It's so beautiful and such a privilege to see behind the scenes. Thank you so much.
It's a pleasure.
And let's take a look now at some of the artists that have made the Australian ballet what it is today.
Well, I have the enormous honour of being with the three of these luminaries of the Australian Ballet. We're going back 60 years now, and I'll let David McAllister do the introductions, but I'm a little starstruck, to be honest, because of the history, the weight of history we have here with us today. David, over to you.
Okay, well, I'm going to go in chronological order because we have Marilyn Jones and Garth Welch, who were two founding principals of the Australian Ballet. In 1962, they were about 13 years old each, but they were the great stars that began this company. And next to them, of course, Marilyn Rowe, who was the very first dancer to graduate from the Australian Ballet School in 1965 into the company. After just 1 year of training, she was so good she only did 1 year of training. And all of these people were, I always thought, the golden years of the Australian Ballet. These were the dancers who I watched growing up as a child. You inspired me to dance, and I'm also a bit starstruck to be here as well.
I would like to actually use this as our starting point. This is the first program of the first season of the Australian Ballet, and the two of you were in this. So my question is, in 1962, what was the energy backstage for those first performances with the company? Was it fear? Was it stress? Was it excitement? Was it naivete? What were you feeling?
No, I think it was excitement.
Yeah.
Because we'd been waiting since the Bournonville Ballet Company to form the Australian Ballet, and instead of taking 6 months, it actually took 18 months. So we all had work outside, but it was a very exciting time to actually have the Australian Ballet start.
Exactly, I can say no more. It was something we wanted because we'd been in the Bournonville Ballet Company, and there was talk of this coming about, the Australian Ballet coming about, and we were excited because it had the Royal Ballet we always looked up to, and we had the Americans, New York City Ballet, etc. We're very keen to have the Australian Ballet and do Australian ballets.
Well said. So Marilyn, you went to the school. You were one of the first 4 students, you told me. So what made you go to a school that hadn't yet existed, that you didn't have that example?
Well, the school was formed in 1964, so that was the very first year, and it was initially a 2-year course. And then at the end of 1964, Dame Peggy said, I want you to go in I want you in the company. So she took me in 1965, and every time we were in Melbourne, I had to go back to the school for extra training because I had no part of her experience whatsoever.
Oh, yeah.
So between these two dames, I was shoved from pillar to post. But funnily enough, in 1965, that was our very first overseas tour. And these 4 babies from the school, there were 3 girls and a boy, Peggy said, well, they have to have a chaperone. So we did. We had a chaperone.
Oh, yeah.
So Robert Rosen was the conductor, and his wife was our chaperone.
Ah.
I didn't know that. I remember. So we were, you know, like little chickens. Peggy fluttered around.
So I'm going to lay some costumes on the table, and I want to hear what it conjures up. We'll go one by one. So this is first. This gorgeous thing.
The Lady in the Fool. I adored that ballet.
Did you?
Yeah,
Why?
it was beautiful.
Oh, it's
just the
so
story.
nice.
Yeah. And I had Warren de Maria was a fantastic partner. Garth.
Thank you.
No, sorry. After Garth. Yes, it was just a delightful ballet, I think.
Yeah.
And you were divine in it.
Oh,
I've got to
thank
say.
And that's what that
Was
photograph
that the
was.
first of the John Cranko ballets that joined the repertoire, or had you done
We did-
Pineapple Pole already?
Pineapple Pole was Baravansky.
Yeah.
Ah, right, of course, yeah.
This is the first.
This is the first for the Australian ballet. Yeah.
And it's just the story of it too, that she falls in love with a clown, and you know, it's just a beautiful story.
It is.
Did you ever
I
perform it?
did. I got to do it.
Yes, it's
I
just
think it was it the 88 gala or the 86 gala that you both performed at when I think it was maybe for the bicentennial?
Yes, it was 25.
Yeah, 19.
They also filmed it.
Yeah, for the ABC.
And last but certainly not least, this monstrous thing, which takes up the whole table.
That doesn't look good.
It looks like
Are
a
you
dead
jealous?
swan.
Are you jealous?
Now, this doesn't need an introduction, but please introduce it and tell us what it means.
Well, I think this cape was such an important statement in Act 3.
Yeah.
Don't you think,
Oh, it was a
Marilyn?
theatrical coup, actually,
Yeah,
when she turned her
absolutely.
back to the
She
audience.
just,
and that,
yes, but when she just comes down the stairs and she ignores Danilo, which leads into that lovely last act pas de deux.
Yeah, I don't think I can think of another grander entrance than in The Merry Widow when you're wearing this coat.
And this was the first full-length ballet
That's right.
created for the Australian Ballet. So before that, it was always bringing in works that, you know, from other, and lots of one-act ballets that were choreographed. But this was the first original full-length ballet that the company created.
Well, it was such a success when I first got into ABT. I was an old man in the third act of Merry Widow, sitting at the table, looking at Susan Jaffe, you know, perform The Widow or whoever. So, you know, it went on. It was a huge success and went on to ABT and is still performed at Teatro Colón in Buenos Aires. So it's had a long history. This coat.
and this design.
Yes,
Yes,
absolutely.
that's some entrance that makes.
Well, it goes to show the unbelievable history in the costumes.
Yes.
And I know there's many behind us, but there's a whole archive out in Altona. It's unbelievable to go through the racks and see the years and years of tool.
Well, David, thank you so much for having us here. It's always such a pleasure to spend time with you and these amazing people. But the only thing that we haven't done yet is to say happy birthday. So, happy 60th birthday!
So gorgeous. We are nearly out of time here on World Ballet Day. And if being behind the scenes has whet your appetite for the next season, well, I can say that the tickets for 2023 are on sale now.
Yeah, now, David, you have set an amazing year coming up. It's exciting. I'm also intimidated. You have, I think all of us are safe to say it's going to be a massive one. I got to rattle them off. Like next year you have such a lineup. We're doing a Swan Lake, we're doing a Don Quixote, the Jules program, that's amazing, and the Ashton program, and then also beautiful works from Alice Topp and Dan Riley. It's going to be a mammoth year. I mean, Are you excited?
I'm excited, but I'm excited for all these dancers specifically because it's not any repertoire they can't handle. Super excited for everything that's coming. But happy birthday to us, I have to say. November 2nd, 1962 was the first performance of Swan Lake for the Australian Ballet, and that was today, 60 years ago. Unbelievable.
It really is incredible. Thank you so much, Jared, for showing me behind the scenes.
You are so welcome. Thank you so much for joining us today. It was an absolute treat to have you here.
Absolutely, it was a privilege to see you all, to see all the hard work that goes into it. It's amazing.
Lavinia, thank you so much. And last but not least, we have to send us off and say a big happy birthday to us. And you will see 60 companies around the world after us. And then, of course, to our friends in London at the Royal Ballet. An exciting day of ballet all around the world started here in Melbourne at our headquarters, the Australian Ballet.
And I believe you have some dancers from that very year, David.
I do. So over here is Joan Bowler and Robin Croft, who were in the first performance of Swan Lake 60 years ago. I was asking what the energy was like. You were saying Dame Margot was there. It was a whole event. So welcome back. Great to have you. And also just to connect the dots from the beginning of the Australian Ballet to now. Look at all these amazing dancers behind you. So huge congratulations. Thank you so much. So that's it for now. We say goodbye from Melbourne, Australia, and send World Ballet Day off around the world. So that's it, and a huge goodbye from all of us. See you.